Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
American Comics. Superpowered Orphanage. Everyone is a beacon of righteousness. Part 1. If you bring this sour swill up here again, I'll cut you and this dilapidated building in half. A tyrannical, childish voice exploded in the cramped dining hall. Director Lin Shu snapped his eyes open, and was immediately met with an incredibly blinding, crimson laser. Boom! The laser grazed his scalp, instantly carving a charred, deep trench into the peeling, moldy wall behind him. Debris mixed with a pungent, burnt smell rushed toward him, choking him into a fit of coughing. Who am I? Where am I? Director Lin Shu's head was buzzing. Just a second ago, he was still a miserable corporate slave working overnight on a proposal. Now, opening his eyes, he found himself sitting in front of a rickety desk with a broken leg, surrounded by financial ledgers filled with red ink. And directly in front of him, suspended in midair, was a 7 or 8-year-old boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. The boy wore a cheap US flag cape, his eyes emitting a terrifying red glow, his face full of the uncontrollable mania of a beast. U.S. Comic World. A Homelander cub. Director Lin Shu's pupils constricted. Before he could fully react, a cold, mechanical voice triggered an alarm directly in his mind. Ding! Extraordinary Cub Moral Education System bound successfully. Host identity confirmed. New Dean of the Hope Orphanage in the U.S. Comic World. Current orphanage moral education score. 19 points, extremely poor. Main quest warning. After 72 hours, if the score fails to reach the passing line, 60 points, all superpowered cubs will enter an irreversible, destruction level rampage state. Countdown to world destruction. 71 hours and 59 minutes. 72 hours. Eradication. Just as Director Lin Shu cursed internally, the blond boy in midair turned his head impatiently. The boy stared fixedly at Director Lin Shu, the red light in his eyes growing brighter, as if he would slice Director Lin Shu's head open like a watermelon the next second. New guy, are you deaf? I said, this food tastes like dog shit. The oppressive feeling of death was palpable. Director Lin Shu's heart was pounding wildly, but he knew he absolutely could not take a single step back. If he showed even a hint of cowardice, this ridiculously dangerous little monster in front of him would definitely kill him immediately. Director Lin Shu took a deep breath and firmly gripped the edge of the table with both hands. Not only did he not kneel and beg for mercy like the previous dean, but he suddenly stood up straight, grabbed the metal tray filled with sour mashed potatoes from the table, and slammed it down hard. Bang! The impact of the metal tray made a huge, dull thud. This sound startled the 3 old employees outside the door who were planning to pack up and run away overnight, freezing them in their tracks. The half-bald, fat cook widened his eyes and whispered in terror, God, is the new dean crazy? He actually dared to provoke that little devil who shoots lasers. The scarred old cleaner covered his mouth in fear. The previous dean was scalped by him just for talking back. This young man is definitely courting death. The middle-aged nurse wearing reading glasses trembled. It's over, it's over. We'd better run away and call the police before he gets sliced in two. Inside the room, Director Lin Shu ignored the commotion outside. He brushed off the mud splashed onto his shirt and stared, with an extremely cold gaze, directly at Homelander in midair. You think it tastes bad? Director Lin Shu's voice was not loud, but exceptionally clear. If you think the food is like dog shit, then use your superpowers to go rob a 5-star hotel for steak. Why are you staying in my crappy Hope Orphanage, eating the mashed potatoes I bought, and then smashing my bowl? The air fell into instant silence. Homelander was stunned. From childhood to now, everyone who saw him display his powers either dealt with him in the laboratory using cold stun guns and sedatives, or, like those old employees just now, cowered in the corner like quails, begging for mercy. No one had ever dared to scold him so righteously. You're looking for death. Homelander's fair, tender face twisted in anger, and his eyes suddenly widened. Shish. 2 crimson lasers, as thick as buckets, erupted with a roar. The extreme heat flew right past Director Lin Shu's cheek. He could even smell the scent of a few strands of hair at his temples being scorched. The laser passed over Director Lin Shu and slammed fiercely into the load-bearing wall behind him, blasting a charred, large hole into the already crumbling wall. Next to the hole, a rusty gas pipe made a dangerous hissing sound of leaking gas. As long as I lower my head, that pipe will explode. Homelander hovered in midair, arms crossed, sneering condescendingly. His voice was filled with a bone-chilling cruelty. Now, do you still not intend to kneel and apologize to me? New Dean. Cold sweat poured down Director Lin Shu's back, instantly soaking his undershirt. In the face of absolute power, reasoning is useless. But if he compromised, the system mission would completely collapse, and the countdown would be meaningless. Director Lin Shu gritted his teeth hard, his nails digging deep into his palms, forcing himself to stay calm through the sharp pain. He didn't even blink, just raised his hand and used his thumb to wipe the ashes scorched onto his cheek by the high heat. Apologize. Director Lin Shu laughed in extreme anger. He casually grabbed the stack of rotten ledgers filled with red ink from the table and flung them into the air, sending papers flying everywhere. Open your eyes and look here. The wall plaster is falling off like snowflakes, there isn't a single fresh vegetable in the kitchen, and we have to calculate for ages just to buy an onion with the money in the account. Not only did Director Lin Shu not retreat, but he walked around the table, facing the red light dancing in Homelander's eyes, and stepped forward one by one. Do you think you're strong? Do you think it's cool to shoot through walls with lasers? You broke the wall, you broke the gas pipe. Tonight, everyone won't be able to eat, and when the cold wind blows in, who is going to block it? Director Lin Shu walked under Homelander, looked up, pointed at his nose, and spoke in a tone as stern as if he were reprimanding a disobedient brat. The strongest person wouldn't throw a tantrum and smash things around the room like a 3-year-old child just because a meal tastes bad. The system's light screen flashed red warnings frantically on Director Lin Shu's retina. Warning. Target's emotions are on the edge of extreme rage. Warning. Target's killing intent is rising. Director Lin Shu still stood upright, like a steel nail driven into the ground. The red light in Homelander's eyes flickered violently like boiling lava, and his little face flushed red. He could clearly turn this ordinary person with no superpowers in front of him into a pile of minced meat with just a light glare. But for some reason, facing Director Lin Shu's eyes, which were devoid of fear and even filled with a senior-style reprimand, what welled up in Homelander's heart was not pure killing intent, but a strange, unfamiliar agitation that made him feel at a loss. I don't need you to manage me. I am the strongest. I can destroy whatever I want. Homelander shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to use his voice to cover up that momentary feeling of guilt. As long as you live in this Hope Orphanage, and as long as I am your dean, I have the right to manage you. Director Lin Shu didn't give an inch, his voice harder than his. The surroundings were quiet, leaving only the hissing sound of the gas pipe leak in the 71 hours and 58 minutes, constantly counting down on the system panel. The two stared at each other for a full 10 seconds. Finally, the lava in Homelander's eyes seemed to cool down a bit, and the blinding red light gradually receded. He paused in midair, then his toes slowly touched the ground, landing 2 meters in front of Director Lin Shu. Homelander still held his chin up. Although he was short, his aura was as sharp as a newly unsheathed blade. He stared at Director Lin Shu, a dangerous crimson still remaining deep in his eyes, and coldly spat out a sentence. Even the laboratories at Vought International wouldn't dare to say such things to me. Do you also want to order me around? You want to order me around too. Homelander's voice carried a coldness and cruelty that defied his age. In the laboratory, commands were often accompanied by high-voltage electric shocks and painful punishments. He had an instinctive hatred and wariness toward that word. Director Lin Shu knew well that if he used the wrong word at this moment, the kid would immediately explode. He cast a rapid glance at the system panel in his mind. Target. Homelander core traits. extremely arrogant, believes in power above all else, hidden weakness, severe lack of family concept, deeply craves affection yet has built strong defense mechanisms due to fear of being hurt. Lacks love. Craves family. Director Lin Shu had a handle on the situation now. He did not take a half step back because of Homelander's murderous glare, but instead shoved his hands into his pockets and met his gaze evenly. This is not a command. Director Lin Shu's voice suddenly softened, no longer carrying the tense, reprimanding tone from before. This is a rule. Rules. Homelander sneered, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. The strong are the rules, only the weak need to follow them. You insects have no right to talk to me about rules. The rules here are different from the outside. Ignoring his provocation, Director Lin Shu spoke with a firm tone. The first rule. This is a home, and you are not allowed to hurt family. Homelander was visibly stunned for a moment. Family. He looked as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, the mockery in his eyes deepening. You are just a bunch of toys that I can crush at any time. Who is family with you? Watching him bristle with defenses like a hedgehog, Director Lin Shu did not continue to argue. He turned around, actually presenting his back to Homelander, and walked toward the dilapidated kitchen at the end of the corridor. The three old staff members peeking from outside the door were scared out of their wits at the sight. The fat chef clutched his head with both hands, nearly collapsing. Oh my god, he's crazy. He actually left his completely unguarded back to that devil whose eyes can glow. The old cleaner with a scar on his face stamped his feet. This is absolute suicide. That little monster has such a violent temper, he will definitely take the opportunity to pierce his heart with lasers. The older nursing assistant covered her eyes tightly, afraid to look. I bet within 5 seconds, the dean's back will have 2 bloody holes in it. We'd better call the police to collect the body. However, 5 seconds passed, 10 seconds passed. The expected smell of burning and the screams did not appear. Director Lin Shu stepped into the dimly lit kitchen. Only he knew that at this moment, the cold sweat on his back was as if he had been washed with water. Exposing his back to Homelander just now was absolutely dancing on the edge of death. But as long as he won the gamble, he could crack the first fissure in this child's extremely closed-off heart. The facts proved that Homelander not only didn't attack but was actually stunned on the spot. Director Lin Shu rummaged quickly through the messy pile of miscellaneous items, and finally, from the bottom shelf of a dusty storage rack, he dug out a large children's straw cup with a faded SpongeBob pattern printed on it. This was the only cup in the orphanage that was still relatively intact. He turned on the faucet to quickly rinse it clean, dug out the remaining half bottle of room temperature whole milk from the cabinet, and poured it into the cup until it was full. The gas pipe outside was leaking severely, so the stove was obviously unusable. Director Lin Shu had a flash of inspiration. He found a simple plug-in warming mat and placed the straw cup on it to heat for a while. During this time, he could clearly feel an extremely oppressive gaze from outside the door, locked tightly onto his back. If he made even the slightest abnormal movement, like trying to poison him or grabbing a weapon, that gaze would turn into lasers and cut him in half. 2 minutes later, Director Lin Shu carried the children's straw cup with handles and walked back into the dining hall. The gunpowder smell in the air remained heavy. Homelander was still hovering a foot off the ground, his brows tightly furrowed, his gaze as if he were scrutinizing a madman ready to pounce at any moment. Director Lin Shu walked straight to the only intact table and placed the cup of milk, still emitting faint wisps of heat, onto the center of the table with a bang. You broke the plate just now, so you won't be eating dinner. There is only milk here. Director Lin Shu pulled out a broken chair on the other side of the table and sat down unceremoniously. If you're hungry, drink it first. He pointed to the straw cup. Family are not your subordinates. In this home, no one needs to kneel and beg you for anything, and no one needs to stare at you like you're a prisoner. But as long as you want to eat, you have to wait until you've finished drinking before you can be angry. Homelander landed on the ground, staring at the ridiculous SpongeBob straw cup, his eyes extremely complex. He felt this was a huge humiliation. He was the most powerful existence in the world, and this man, weak to the point of being vulnerable, was actually trying to fob him off with a toddler's straw cup. Are you humiliating me? The veins around Homelander's eye sockets bulged, and the red light flickered violently again. Do you believe that I can use the light from my eyes to burn this broken cup in your hand into ash right now? Extreme pressure. If director Lin Shu showed even a hint of fear or obsequiousness now, the rule deterrence, just established, would vanish into thin air. Director Lin Shu didn't even lift an eyelid. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked at him coldly. Go ahead and burn it. If you burn it, you'll just have to go to sleep hungry. Or you can choose to fly outside in the middle of the night to steal food, and then let everyone point at your spine and say, look, that monster with nothing but superpowers only knows how to steal food like a rat. These words were like a heavy hammer, precisely striking Homelander's pitiful self-esteem. His chest heaved violently, his clenched little fists were white at the knuckles, and the red light in his eyes flickered and struggled crazily like unstable electric current. Fury and some indescribable tenderness were engaged in a fierce, extreme tug of war within his young psychological defenses. At Vought International, whenever he was unhappy, the people around him would surround him with riot shields. If he broke something, all he would get in return were the punishment room and sedatives. Never had anyone, after he threw such a big temper tantrum, brought out a cup of warm milk and said to him in a grumpy but utterly mundane tone, you have to finish drinking before you can be angry. Director Lin Shu stopped looking at him, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes to rest. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to have frozen. Finally, after an unbearable silence, the deadly red light in Homelander's eyes slowly extinguished. He bit his lip tightly, wearing an expression of extreme reluctance and awkwardness, and walked forward with stiff movements. He reached out the hands that had just wanted to kill, and grabbed the two handles of the straw cup. He lowered his head and took the straw into his mouth. Gulp. Gulp. The comical heartbreak reached its peak at this moment. Who could have imagined that a second ago, the Homelander cub who wanted to destroy half the street was now standing obediently next to the broken table with a cool poker face, holding the SpongeBob cup and sucking hard on the hot milk. That scene was full of intense contrast and eerie warmth. The moment Homelander took the first sip of milk, the silent system in director Lin Shu's mind suddenly burst with a crisp notification sound. Ding. Detected that the target has laid down their intention to attack during a conflict for the first time and is obeying family instructions. First obedience triggered. Moral education score increased. Current score, 22 points. Hearing the notification, director Lin Shu's tense back finally relaxed, and he let out a long, stale breath in his heart. The first hurdle, he had won the gamble. However, before he could even reveal a relaxed smile, a sound of extremely panicked banging suddenly came from outside the locked door. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the knocking, there was a sharp and desperate cry for help from an old person. Help. Someone come. Help. Stop quickly, give me back my medicine. Hearing this commotion, Homelander, who had just finished drinking the milk, suddenly raised his head. In his eyes, where the light had just extinguished, the red glow instantly surged again, and his figure, whooshed, crashing directly through the window glass next to him and flying into the night sky. Stop right there. The night wind rushed violently into the room. Shattered glass, like scattered hail, clattered onto the dusty concrete floor. Director Lin Shu strode over the mess on the ground. He gripped the broken window frame tightly and roared at the crimson figure rising outside. In midair, the small figure wearing a stars and stripes cape suddenly stopped. Homelander hovered at the height of the second floor and turned his head. What was laughable was that in his hands, which were strong enough to crush steel, he was still gripping that ridiculous SpongeBob straw cup. Just then, a crimson warning panel popped up frantically on his retina. Ding. Warning. Detected that the target has engaged in serious vandalism and extreme violent intent. System punishment mechanism triggered. Rampage countdown reduced by 2 hours and 58 minutes. Current countdown to the destruction of the world, 69 hours. Director Lin Shu gasped. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Just by breaking a window pane, he had lost nearly 3 hours of survival time. If he were allowed to fly out and wreak havoc tonight, this fooled countdown would probably hit zero. That old man who sounds like a duck is noisy, Homelander said coldly in midair. His childish voice was full of unconcerned cruelty. I'm going to go burn him to ashes now, so everyone can sleep well. Director Lin Shu brushed the glass shards off his sleeves. Did you finish the milk in the cup? Director Lin Shu completely ignored his destructive words. Homelander frowned. He lowered his head and glanced at the cup in his hand. There was still more than half a cup of warm, milky white liquid left inside. No matter how noisy it is, come back and finish drinking it if you haven't finished. Director Lin Shu pulled out the broken-legged chair and sat back down boldly. His tone was like urging a bad-tempered child to finish their dinner. Also, you just broke the glass. Figure out how to plug the cold wind leaking in tonight yourself. The red light around Homelander's eyes flickered a few times, and a sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. I'm not afraid of the cold at all. He raised his chin arrogantly, his stars and stripes cape snapping in the wind. The ones who will freeze to death in the end are just you useless bugs. That's right, we are bugs. So, you, the great god, plan to tuck your tail and run away because of a little noise outside without even finishing a cup of hot milk. Director Lin Shu leaned back in his chair and sneered. This kind of provocation was outrageously crude. Yet, it worked surprisingly well against a 7-year-old child with an inflated ego who was desperate to prove to the world that he was fearless. Homelander gritted his teeth. His figure fell straight down like a plumb bob, landing heavily on the cafeteria floor. He walked back to the table in a few steps and slammed the straw cup onto the table. This boring game of house can't limit me at all. Homelander bit the plastic straw fiercely. The strong can do whatever they want. The crisp electronic sound rang in his mind again. System prompt. Current orphanage moral education score has increased to 22 points. Phased infrastructure task unlocked. Establish 3 executable family rules. Judging criteria. The rules must be clearly understood by the target child and produce a brief obedience effect in behavior or psychology to take effect and convert into a stable score. Director Lin Shu looked at the prompt on the panel, his heart slightly relieved. He had to make this little monster understand the rules. Just by talking, this little calf that could go crazy at any moment would never be convinced. Director Lin Shu stood up from the chair and walked toward the corridor outside without looking back. Don't drink too loudly, you're disturbing me while I look for something, he said, leaving a sentence behind. Homelander stood there holding the cup, stunned, a flash of anger in his eyes. But he didn't act out. Instead, he lifted his toes slightly off the ground and floated behind Director Lin Shu like a gloomy ghost. The two passed through the moldy wooden door. The aging fluorescent tube at the end of the corridor made a harsh buzzing sound, casting pale light onto the mottled walls. Director Lin Shu walked into the dilapidated dean's office, pulled open the cobweb-covered drawer, and dug out a thick-tipped marker with wet ink. But international people told me that only losers need to care about what others think, Homelander mumbled while biting the straw, spouting his cruel theory. He watched Director Lin Shu looking for things on the dusty table, his eyes full of disdain. I possess the strongest power. I don't need to follow the rules set by you crawling insects at all. Director Lin Shu picked up the marker, blew the dust off the cap, and walked to the yellowing cork bulletin board in the middle of the corridor. That's because they treat you like a glowing monkey in a circus. Director Lin Shu reached out and tore off several expired meat purchase orders from the bulletin board. Or even just a weapon that can be shown off to people at any time. The waste paper fell to the ground. Director Lin Shu turned around and looked directly at the boy floating in midair. A weapon, of course, doesn't need to understand rules. Director Lin Shu's voice was steady and calm. But what truly great god would throw a tantrum in a house just because a meal tastes bad? Only an unweaned child would do that. This sentence pierced directly into Homelander's extremely fragile and conceited ego. Homelander suddenly crushed the handle of the plastic cup in his hand. Do you believe I'll rip your mouth apart? His voice rose by an octave. Director Lin Shu ignored his rage and pulled off the cap. He wrote a line of large characters on the cork board with force. Rule 1. No hurting family. The black ink appeared particularly glaring in the dim light. Homelander stared at the words for a while, then let out a loud sneer. Family. That's a huge joke. Homelander pointed at the dilapidated walls around him. There is no family of mine here. You are just a pile of trash that I can crush at any time. Even the stupidest groundhog knows that those who return to the same burrow are called companions. Director Lin Shu pressed a heavy period below the words. He turned back and stared at Homelander with an oppressive gaze. You eat the food cooked by the orphanage and drink the milk from the orphanage's cup. You take shelter under this broken roof, so don't put on that hypocritical, high and mighty face in front of me. As long as you are standing on this floor, we are family. Homelander stared fixedly at the words, family, on the cork board. He grew up in a sterile laboratory, facing only cold instruments and the fake smiles of researchers. No one had ever used such tough, uncompromising language to force him into a container called home. I don't care about any family. Homelander squeezed these words out through gritted teeth, but the red light in his eyes did not light up. Director Lin Shu wrote the second line without hesitation. Rule 2. Before getting angry, say it out loud first. The pen tip made a rough rustling sound as it rubbed against the cork board. Homelander floated a little closer, watching coldly. Why should I say it beforehand? Homelander's mouth hung with a cruel smile. If anyone makes me unhappy, I just need to look at them, and they will turn into a pile of cooked, rotten meat. Isn't it more efficient to just act? Because acting without saying anything is the instinct of an incompetent beast when it goes mad. Director Lin Shu spun the marker between his fingers. He looked directly into Homelander's hostile eyes. Only inferior animals that can't even express a few sentences know only how to solve problems with violence. If you consider yourself a noble, strong person, then use your mouth to express your dissatisfaction, and it won't be too late to act then. Homelander's chest heaved. He hated being called a beast or an inferior animal. I am not an inferior animal that can't even speak clearly. Homelander retorted loudly. Then prove it to me. Director Lin Shu turned around quickly and wrote the last line of large characters. Rule 3. If you break something, you must repair it yourself. When these words were completely presented on the bulletin board, the air fell into a brief silence. Homelander floated in midair, his gaze locked tightly on the third rule. He couldn't help but think of the large glass window he had just shattered a few minutes ago. He had to repair it himself. This logic of commoner life, trivial to the extreme, had a greater impact on him than a scolding. He felt very curious, yet he had to keep up appearances. Just as Director Lin Shu put the cap on the marker, a sudden change occurred outside the closed door. The cries for help that had gradually subsided just now suddenly rang out again. This time it was no longer a vague shout, but a shrill scream close at hand. It was the wailing of an old man in extreme despair, accompanied by the dull sound of heavy objects hitting flesh and vile, vulgar abuse. Please, give me back the money. That's the life-saving money for my medical treatment. Old thing, let go. If you don't let go, I'll break your legs. The tragic cries for help pierced through the night wind and clearly reached into the silent corridor. The atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point. Homelander slowly turned his head. Deep within his azure pupils, a terrifying crimson hue ignited again, like the eve of a volcanic eruption. He did not look at the door, but shifted his gaze to the words on the bulletin board. Hey, new dean. Homelander tossed the SpongeBob straw cup in his hand onto the bench, the corner of his mouth curling into an extremely twisted and violent smile. If those inferior bugs outside are about to be beaten to death, does this count as the harm you mentioned? Director Lin Shu frowned sharply. Before he could open his mouth to stop him, Homelander's voice had become excited. I'm going to go outside and see. By the way, I'll verify if I need to repair the things outside myself if they get shredded by me. Before his words faded, a harsh sonic boom was heard. Homelander's small body turned directly into a red and blue afterimage that was difficult for the naked eye to capture. Accompanying the roar of the outer wall collapsing again, he crashed through the solid wood partition next to him, like an angry cannonball, and completely rushed into the pitch-black night. The shrill wind rolled into the corridor along the huge gap, blowing the papers on the bulletin board to rustle frantically. That's absolute bullshit. Get the hell back here. Director Lin Shu's hoarse, angry roar echoed heavily through the dilapidated corridor. The biting night wind poured in through the ruptured outer wall, carrying a barrage of peeling brick fragments and plaster dust that whipped against his face. The red and blue afterimage that Homelander had transformed into had long since vanished into the depths of the pitch-black night sky. Director Lin Shu didn't care about the choking dust. He braced his hand against the shattered window frame, ignoring the stinging pain of glass shards slicing into his palm, and leapt straight out of the gap at the landing between the first and second floors. His soles went numb upon landing, and one of his slippers was sent flying. The destruction countdown on the system panel was still flashing a blinding crimson alarm. It felt like a death curse tightening relentlessly around his neck. If he let that short-tempered little monster draw blood on the streets, the fragile family rules they had just established would completely collapse. Stepping onto the cold, rough asphalt, Director Lin Shu grit his teeth and sprinted desperately toward the source of the agonizing cry for help he had just heard. The slum streets at night reeked of clogged sewers. Rusty streetlights flickered erratically, barely illuminating the outline of the street corner. After sprinting half a street's distance, Director Lin Shu's chest burned like a pair of straining bellows. He slowed his pace, panting heavily as he leaned against a moss-covered wall. Not far away, a grocery store's mottled metal shutter was tightly closed. Under the yellowed glow of the streetlight, Director Lin Shu clearly saw the scene of the incident. An elderly scavenger in a faded, tattered padded coat lay slumped by a puddle. Flattened plastic water bottles were scattered all over the ground, and several white medicine capsule bottles had rolled into the dirty water. Two street punks with cheap ear studs and messy long hair were surrounding the old man. Stop playing dead, old man. Hand over all the coins in your inner coat pocket. The tall punk grabbed the old man by the collar of his padded coat with one hand, dragging him out of the muddy water. The old man's face was completely pale from the cold, and his calloused hands desperately gripped the tall punk's wrist. Please, have mercy. My little granddaughter is burning up and delirious. This 30 yuan is to get fever medicine from the clinic to save her life. The old man's voice trembled violently, his tears mixing with the mud smeared across his face. Fool, you're saving lives. The short punk stepped forward and delivered a vicious kick. With a dull thud, the kick landed solidly on the old man's right shoulder, sending him crashing back into the puddle like a sack of rags. Muddy water splashed all over the medicine boxes scattered nearby. The crumpled bills the old man had been desperately shielding in his hand were also torn away. The cash drifted in the wind, landing on the asphalt road. The short punk let out a disdainful sneer and bent down to pick up the money. Just as his fingers brushed the edge of the bills, a deafening roar of rushing air suddenly tore through the sky overhead. The wind pressure was abnormally high. Nearby trash bags and discarded newspapers were swept straight into the air by the violent draft. The two punks hurriedly covered their mouths and noses. Accompanied by a sonic boom, a small figure wearing a red and blue star-spangled uniform crashed heavily onto the ground. The heavy impact instantly crushed the asphalt beneath his feet into a deep crater. Large cracks spread outward rapidly like a spiderweb. Loose gravel pelted the metal shutter behind them like buckshot, producing a continuous, ear-piercing clatter. Amidst the swirling dust, Homelander's icy blue eyes gleamed with a spine-chilling, absolute indifference. He didn't even spare a glance at the old man coughing up blood on the ground, but stood straight and tall right in front of the two punks. Whose kid is this, running loose in the middle of the night? The tall punk let go of the old man's collar and stared menacingly at Homelander's face. He felt the situation was a bit bizarre, but there were plenty of people in weird outfits in these slums, so it wasn't enough to scare them. Wearing a Halloween cape and playing superhero. Go back to your mother's womb and drink some milk. The short punk straightened up and kicked out toward Homelander's knee. A cruel, innocent smile played on Homelander's small face. He didn't even bother to dodge. He simply raised his right hand casually and caught the punk's rough hand in midair with unerring precision. His fingers tightened with force. A crisp sound of splintering bone suddenly erupted in the silent street corner. Og! The short punk let out a scream 10 times more agonizing than the old man's. His entire forearm was bent back at a horrific angle. Within the fair, small hand was a limp, dangling, ruined arm. Homelander showed no pity whatsoever. Taking a step forward, his fingers climbed up the punk's arm and clamped directly onto his vein-bulging neck. Homelander tightened his grip slightly. With just a gentle yank to the side, that ugly head would definitely be completely severed from the body. The punk's face turned beet red, his eyes bulging wildly. He slapped frantically at Homelander's arm, but couldn't even leave a red mark. At this critical juncture, stop right there. Director Lin Shu, with one bare foot, strode out of the shadows and splashed through the puddles. His roar drowned out the wind, forcefully interrupting the one-sided execution. Homelander's movements paused slightly. He turned his head in displeasure, his brow furrowed deeply. Aren't you annoying, you useless Dean? The chill in Homelander's voice could freeze the surrounding air. This bug made so much noise, and he stole something. Now I'm going to rip his head off and kick it like a ball. Is there a problem? Director Lin Shu rushed up to Homelander and, without any hesitation, reached out and pressed down on Homelander's tensed wrist. Although this force posed absolutely no threat to Homelander, this uncompromising, hardcore attitude carried a powerful weight. Let go right now. Director Lin Shu's eyes locked onto Homelander's gaze. Why should I? Homelander grit his teeth in anger. Killing alone won't solve anything. Director Lin Shu inhaled a mouthful of cold air, his voice slamming bluntly against Homelander. You are purely venting your pathetic desire for destruction. This is the behavior of a simple-minded beast. Who are you calling a beast? The capillaries around Homelander's eyes began to redden. I am dealing with a bad guy. I am a god. Dealing with a bad guy. Director Lin Shu pointed sharply at the old man shivering like a leaf in the puddle. Look for yourself. Look at what the person you protected looks like right now. Homelander followed Director Lin Shu's finger and turned his gaze. The old man was curled up in the muddy water, his eyes fixed on Homelander's hands, which had so easily snapped someone's bones. The old man's pupils dilated rapidly. He didn't feel the slightest relief at being saved. He lay convulsing on the ground, his lips trembling constantly. The way he looked at Homelander was like looking at a blood-sucking demon crawling out of hell. It was a bone-deep, absolute terror. It was the breakdown of someone bracing for an impending, catastrophic disaster. This undisguised look of horror was like a sharp bayonet, stabbing brutally into Homelander's conceited and sensitive heart. He had had enough of this look in Vought International's top-secret labs. Whenever he lost his temper and vaporized a few incompetent researchers, the survivors would look at him with those exact same eyes, as if he were a monster. He absolutely loathed that look. What he wanted was the adoration of millions, unconditional love. Deeply stung, Homelander involuntarily loosened his fingers. The short punk, who had been choked down to his last breath, collapsed to the ground, clutching his broken arm and letting out weak, pathetic groans. Seeing that Homelander had actually listened to his warning, Director Lin Shu's tensed nerves relaxed slightly. But reality refused to grant them a moment's respite. The tall punk, who had been stunned by the sudden turn of events, finally snapped out of it during this brief lull. Seeing his companion severely injured on the ground, and that the only opponent left was a poor, Middle-aged man who did nothing but preach, the tall punk's malice completely overrode his reason. You death-seeking fools dare to cause trouble on my turf. The tall punk spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He reached behind his waist, and with a harsh metallic scrape, he gripped a stained, sharp telescopic baton tightly in his hand. Filled with intense frenzy and murderous intent, the tall punk bypassed his fallen companion and strode aggressively toward director Lin Shu. Like lecturing kids, do you? I'm going to bash some big holes in your head today. Homelander did not make a move to stop him. He folded his arms across his chest, coldly watching the approaching thug. Deep mockery swirled in his eyes. To him, this ordinary man who kept talking about ridiculous moral boundaries would soon buckle in the face of real violence. He looked forward to seeing director Lin Shu weeping and begging him for protection. Only power was the indisputable truth. However, director Lin Shu's feet seemed rooted to the spot. Facing the wind of the lethal metal baton, he forced his spine straight, using his own slender body to shield the old man slumped in the muddy water. Facing a crazed thug who was a whole size larger than him, there was not a trace of panic in director Lin Shu's eyes, nor did he utter a single word of submission. That absolute composure, that irrational protectiveness, and the tough guy demeanor deeply shook Homelander's heart. No weak insect had ever dared to act so tough in the face of impending death. This poor, shabby orphanage dean had actually blocked the way using such an incredibly stupid method. The moment the weapon swung down toward director Lin Shu's head with a whoosh, a wave of uncontrollable rage surged from the depths of Homelander's perpetually frozen heart. No one was allowed to touch the person who dared to order him around. Not even the directors of Vought International, let alone a lowlife thug. A wave of scorching heat swept across the area, instantly drying the muddy water on the ground. Homelander slowly levitated off the ground. A blinding, crimson death light burned wildly in his eyes, and the air filled with the burnt ozone smell characteristic of a high-energy reaction. Feeling this oppressive aura of death, the tall punk's swung baton froze in midair, and his entire body went rigid as if plunged into an ice cave. At this critical juncture, director Lin Shu's calm voice rang out once again. With a calm and powerful voice, he issued an instruction of social order. Warning first. A warning first. Director Lin Shu's steady, composed voice cut sharply into the tense, deadlocked situation. The battered baton, swinging with force, stopped abruptly 3 inches above director Lin Shu's forehead. The tall thug's pupils contracted rapidly, and cold sweat poured like a waterfall down his grime-covered face. Overwhelmed by terror, he even forgot how to breathe. Floating in midair, Homelander's eyes were filled with a blinding, crimson light. The extreme heat distorted the surrounding cold air, emitting a faint, high-pitched buzzing that set one's teeth on edge. A low, beast-like growl rolled through Homelander's throat. His uncontrollable, violent instincts were screaming, wanting to see right through the dirty skin before him and evaporate this piece of trash holding the broken iron rod, along with the wall behind him, into thin air. Whoever dared to take an offensive stance against him had to be obliterated. This was the only truth in the laboratory. Yet, director Lin Shu did not retreat a single step, standing firm at the very front like a stubborn, foul-smelling piece of pig iron. This unreasonable protective posture made the irritation in Homelander's chest reach its peak. Move aside. New Dean, I'm going to roast this guy. Homelander gritted his teeth viciously, his youthful voice steeped in impatient coldness. Director Lin Shu looked up to meet the high-energy beams that were about to overflow from his eye sockets, his back straight as an arrow. The third rule was just written on the blackboard, and you forgot it the moment you turned around. Before getting angry, use your mouth. To suppress trash without resorting to violence, that is what it means to be strong. If you only rely on bloodshed and killing, how are you any different from a mad rat in the sewer? This sentence precisely struck Homelander's most sensitive nerve. He hated being called a beast or a lower life form. The small body in midair shuddered, and that dangerous gaze, capable of slicing through a main battle tank, was forcibly diverted. A piercing tearing sound suddenly erupted. Two exceptionally dazzling crimson beams pierced through the thick night, striking the ground precisely alongside the tall thug's toe. Accompanied by a chilling, sizzling explosion, the hard asphalt road was easily carved into a deep, charred trench several meters long, as if it were fragile butter. The underlying soil was completely crystallized by the high heat, and hot steam mixed with the pungent smell of burnt asphalt shot into the sky. That straight line, glowing with dark red fire, completely separated the thug from director Lin Shu. There were no bloody scenes. Only pure, overwhelming power. The tall thug stared blankly at the molten trench less than 2 centimeters from his toes, his legs feeling as if they had been drained of all strength. With a clatter, the filthy baton hit the ground. Immediately after, the thug's knees gave way completely, and he knelt heavily on the ground radiating scorching heat. A foul-smelling, yellowish liquid ran down his pant leg, quickly spreading into the muddy puddle. He couldn't even squeeze out a complete plea for mercy, his entire face twisted into an incredibly comical and miserable state. Homelander landed slowly, coldly looking down at the thug who had just been clamoring to smash someone's head in. Return the money to the old man. Homelander held his chin high, his voice sounding as if it had been chiseled from the depths of an ice cellar. And then, apologize. This didn't even require a death threat. Simply displaying force right at the edge of the limit was enough to destroy all the defensive confidence of these low-level thugs. The tall thug shook as if he were being electrocuted, scrambling and crawling toward the cold, muddy puddle. He frantically scooped up the crumpled banknotes scattered on the ground, wiped off the mud haphazardly, and tremblingly placed them back at the feet of the old man sitting on the ground. I'm sorry, old man. I was blind, the money is all here, not a cent is missing. He knocked his head repeatedly against the cold ground. Homelander tilted his head slightly, observing the two grown men on the ground, covered in snot and tears, having completely lost the will to resist. A flash of extremely strange emotion flickered deep within his ice-blue pupils. There were no severed limbs flying. No hysterical, dying screams. Just by drawing a line with his eyes, he could reduce these arrogant villains to the dust. This experience was far too unfamiliar to him. Take your broken-handed lackey and get lost. Homelander issued the expulsion order without a shred of warmth. As if granted an amnesty, the tall thug frantically hauled up his wailing companion and stumbled into the depths of the dark alley, not daring to look back even once. The street corner returned to silence, with only the dripping of a broken water pipe and the lingering heat of the asphalt remaining. On the dilapidated apartment buildings around, a few dusty windows were quietly pushed open a crack. The residents hiding in the shadows poked their heads out, and suppressed exclamations drifted away with the night wind. That kid in the cape drove away the Black-Tooth Gang thugs. My God, is he protecting our poor street? The faint yet incredibly clear sounds of awe drifted into Homelander's hypersensitive ears. It was no longer the trembling fear of looking at a monster, but a look of grateful admiration mixed with the relief of surviving a disaster. Director Lin Shu quietly unclenched his tightly gripped fists, surreptitiously wiping the sticky, cold sweat from his palms onto the edge of his rough coat. The crisp notification sound of the system flashed through his mind, confirming that this risky move had landed safely. He didn't show a hint of relief on his face. Instead, he kicked aside a charred stone and gestured with his chin toward the old man still huddled in the mud. Walk over, hand him the money, and help him back into his room while you're at it. The bit of pride Homelander had just felt was abruptly broken. He glared at Director Lin Shu in disbelief, his fingers clenching unconsciously. Make him help a dirty old man who couldn't even stand properly. He was the strongest combat force cultivated with top-tier technology, an existence that should be above this planet. New Dean, don't push your luck. I've already given you face by not killing anyone tonight. Rules are rules, there is no room for negotiation. Director Lin Shu's voice was firm and resolute. You reclaimed justice from the hands of scum, but that's only half the job. Protecting family isn't just about intimidation, you have to learn to clean up the aftermath. If you don't go and help him, you can spend the night in this puddle. Homelander's molars clicked as he gritted his teeth, and dangerous, violent flames began to brew in his eyes again. But when he met Director Lin Shu's calm eyes, which showed no intention of backing down, he inexplicably lost the momentum. He kept his young face cold, radiating an extreme chill that warned people to keep their distance, and moved stiffly toward the old man. The old man was shivering, looking at the approaching mysterious boy with vigilance and confusion. Homelander looked down at the few small bills on the ground with slight disgust. He bent down with extreme reluctance, using the same fair, tender little hand that had just easily broken the thug's bones to pick up the banknotes with his thumb and forefinger. The entire movement was as stiff as rusty mechanical gears. When he handed over the money, his wrist was as tense as a senseless rock. Take it. Homelander turned his face away, his tone fierce. The old man tremblingly reached out his hands, covered in horrifying chilblains, and took the life-saving banknotes with the utmost care, hot, cloudy tears falling from his crisscrossed cheeks once again. Thank you for saving my life, the old man mumbled in dry, indistinct syllables. Homelander's eyebrows furrowed deeply. He suppressed the urge to throw this troublesome old man into outer space, and mimicking the stubborn posture Director Lin Shu had used to block in front of him, he reached out with great effort to support the old man's arm. For him, this was a hell-level micro-operation challenge. If he used a fraction too much force, the old man's shoulder bones would shatter. If he moved too quickly, this broken, withered body would fall apart completely. Homelander's muscles were like a fully drawn bow, slowly applying upward pressure, forcibly pulling the old man from the cold, muddy pit back to the ground. As if carrying an extremely fragile and dangerous explosive, he slowly escorted the old man to the broken, drafty wooden door at the edge of the narrow alley. This was the old man's home. Weak, dim, cheap light seeped from the bottom of the drafty door gap. After placing the old man safely on the threshold, Homelander finally exhaled a heavy breath from his tense lungs. He retreated half a step abruptly, as if avoiding a lethal contagion, frantically brushing off non-existent dirt from his palms, eager to turn around and get away from this embarrassing place that made his whole body tingle. Just as he turned halfway around, the old man's hand reached out without warning. It was an extremely rough, withered palm that smelled of low-quality medicine. This hand did not tremble. Instead, with pure warmth, it landed solidly on Homelander's dazzling blonde hair. Homelander felt as if he had been struck by high-voltage electricity. That absolutely invincible body, which had undergone genetic enhancement and could ignore any heavy weaponry, was frozen, unable to move a single inch in this ordinary moment. The old man's palm, still retaining body heat, slowly and leisurely rubbed the top of his head, followed by a weathered sigh that dispelled all defenses. You are a good boy. A good boy. The short, three-word phrase seemed to contain an unstoppable magic, striking unreservedly at the heart of Homelander, which was covered in defensive spikes. In the sterile laboratory, no matter how terrifyingly destructive the records he created were, he was always met with cold data recorded by mechanical pen tips and hypocritical fake smiles. If he made the slightest mistake, all that awaited him were powerful anti-riot equipment and doubled doses of sedatives. Before this, no human had dared to touch his head directly. Before this, no human had ever sincerely affirmed the meaning of his existence in this world with such a completely equal and warm tone. An overwhelming shock, accompanied by an extremely unfamiliar and fierce sense of heartbreak, filled the empty, defensive soul of this 7-year-old boy. A strange swelling sensation welled up inside his eye sockets. That sensation was even more unsettling than when super long-range lasers burned his skin. The old man slowly withdrew his hand and, with a hunched back, disappeared behind the door. The old wooden boards emitted a dry, creaking sound as they slowly cut off the dim, yellow light. Deep in the cold alley, the night wind was biting and bone-chilling. Homelander stood stunned before the closed door, the lingering warmth from the rough palm on his scalp feeling like an indelible brand. After a long pause, he slowly turned his still youthful face, staring fixedly at Director Lin Shu, who had been waiting on the edge of the street lamp's shadow. The low-quality street lamp illuminated Director Lin Shu's coat, covered in gray-white powder, making it exceptionally conspicuous, and even his bare right foot cast a long shadow on the ground. Homelander walked across the broken ground, step by step, until he was directly in front of Director Lin Shu. He tilted his face up slightly, the arrogance and violence in his azure eyes stripped away completely, leaving only an unconcealable bewilderment. He looked directly into Director Lin Shu's eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing, and finally, with extreme uncertainty, he asked in a soft voice. What's the use of being a good boy? What's the use of being a good child? In the cold, pitch-black alley, the freezing wind cut like a knife. Homelander stared fixedly at Director Lin Shu. Those azure eyes, capable of melting through bulletproof steel, were now filled with an unfamiliar sense of confusion and bewilderment. This term was too absurd for him, resembling a string of unparsable garbled code. Director Lin Shu, with his right foot bare and frozen red, stepped heavily onto the gravel-filled asphalt road. He watched the stars and stripes cape trembling in midair and reached up to rub his brow. It has great use. Director Lin Shu's voice was steady, without a hint of hesitation. At the very least, a good child doesn't have to scrape by under the hateful glares of others. A good child can be respected as an equal. That's much more promising than scaring people into wetting their pants every single day. Homelander's brows were knitted tightly together. In the underground laboratories of Vought International, no one had ever spoken to him about respect. The supervisors only wanted results, and the researchers only looked at data. Value was always linked solely to destructive power. He had just opened his mouth, ready to retort with that ridiculous theory of the strong. Creak. The dilapidated, drafty wooden door beside them suddenly emitted a harsh, grinding sound. A faint, dim yellow light seeped out through the crack in the door, illuminating the muddy water on the ground. Homelander's muscles suddenly tensed. He took 2 steps back, and the violent red light that hadn't yet faded from his eyes threatened to reignite. His 2 fair, small hands clenched into fists, fully entering a state of extreme defensive combat readiness. The door was pulled wide open. The old man who had been scared enough to wet half his trousers just moments ago stepped over the threshold, his thin, small body hunched over. In the old man's hands, covered in chilblains and even traces of mud, he was steadily holding a round tray wrapped in yellowed greaseproof paper. Billowing steam rose from the edges of the paper. The rich, charred aroma of butter, mixed with the sweetness of cinnamon and apples, aggressively broke through the pervasive, long-standing stench of the slum alley, drilling straight into their nostrils. Benefactor. The old man's voice was dry and hoarse, carrying an uncontrollable tremor. My home is destitute, and I have nothing of value. This is an apple pie that just finished baking in the oven. Take it to fill your stomachs, consider it a small token of gratitude from this old man. The air instantly froze. Homelander's gaze pierced sharply toward the steaming paper parcel. He utilized his supervision to scan the internal structure of the pastry clearly. There were no hidden blades, no micro-bombs, not even any toxic powder. There was only cheap, inferior flour and a few pieces of fruit. Yet, the more normal it appeared, the more creeped out Homelander felt. Behind every unprovoked act of kindness must lie a lethal motive. This was the iron rule that those hypocritical my lords in white coats had taught him. Get lost. Homelander roared viciously, his small face full of disgust. I don't need the scraps of low-level insects like you. Take back your trash. The old man's wrist trembled at the roar, and the parcel nearly fell into the muddy water. He stood cowering in the draft, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. Slap. A dull sound. Director Lin Shu raised his hand without warning and lightly patted Homelander's dazzling blonde hair. Homelander jerked his head away, staring fixedly at Director Lin Shu with eyes brimming with a predatory, ferocious light. This old man is trying to humiliate me with this thing, and you still dare to stop me from teaching him a lesson. Homelander gritted his teeth. Director Lin Shu kept a cold face, one hand tucked into his pocket. Your head is full of paranoia. Someone is giving you everything they have to thank you, yet you insist on treating it as an insult. Director Lin Shu's gaze was as cold and sharp as a knife. As the dignified Homelander, you don't even dare to accept an apple pie from the weak. I think you're feeling guilty. What would I feel guilty about? Homelander's voice rose an octave, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Guilty that you can't handle this goodwill. Guilty that you have no idea how to be a normal person. Director Lin Shu's tone was flat, yet every word struck at the heart. If you don't dare to take it, then forget it. Indeed, cowering in a blast suit and drinking nutrient solution is more suitable for a coward like you. This crude reverse psychology was perfect for an overly arrogant brat. Homelander felt like his lungs were about to explode. His fair cheeks flushed a liver-purple color, and his chest heaved violently. He glared fiercely at Director Lin Shu, seemingly wanting to burn a bloody hole in the man with his gaze. 10 seconds later, Homelander let out a heavy huff and landed on his feet. He walked stiffly to the old man, as if completing a top-secret suicide mission. Those small hands, capable of easily tearing through bulletproof steel, reached out awkwardly and snatched the piping hot greaseproof paper parcel. The heat seeped through. This temperature couldn't cause the slightest harm to his invincible body, yet it inexplicably made his chest tighten. The old man's mouth finally pulled into an ugly, gratified smile. Thank you. The two faint words were forced out through Homelander's gritted teeth. The sound was as small as the buzzing of a mosquito's wings. Before the old man could react, Homelander, like a fugitive who had committed a crime, held the paper parcel in one hand, turned around as if fleeing, and walked straight toward the orphanage. Director Lin Shu watched that incredibly awkward little figure, and a hint of an imperceptible smile finally flashed in his eyes. The cold wind that had broken through the outer wall continued to pour into the first-floor corridor of the orphanage through the large hole. The pale, incandescent light emitted a buzzing electrical sound. Director Lin Shu limped behind Homelander, stepping on the shattered glass debris as he walked into the dim, desolate, and dilapidated cafeteria. The dining table with a broken leg was still wobbling in place. Homelander stood before the table as if facing a nuclear bomb about to detonate, carefully placing the yellowed greaseproof paper parcel in the center of the chipped tabletop. He didn't fly back to his room, nor did he look for things to smash. He pulled out a rusty iron chair and sat down stiffly. His eyes stared straight at the fragrant pastry, his brows knotted, and he didn't say a word for a full 5 minutes. The details of daily life appeared exceptionally ironic in this extremely dilapidated room. Everywhere were moldy, foul-smelling spots, and the mud on the floor mixed with a sour stench. Only the apple pie in the center of the dining table retained the most simple warmth and sweetness belonging to an ordinary home. Director Lin Shu, barefoot on the cold concrete floor, fished out an old-fashioned, chipped fruit knife from the nearby sink. He carefully scrubbed the blade with yellowed tap water and sat down opposite Homelander. The blade crushed the crispy crust, emitting an enticing, crunch, sound. The fruit filling mixed with syrup slowly oozed out, and the hot white steam rose into the air again. Homelander swallowed. His Adam's apple bobbed. He suppressed his instinctive urge to gulp it down. In the laboratory, any food that hadn't undergone multiple tests was equivalent to a deadly poison. Director Lin Shu, without a care, picked up a small piece and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. No poison. The craftsmanship is a bit rough, but the crust is crispy. Director Lin Shu swallowed the fruit and pushed a reasonably square-cut piece of apple pie under Homelander's nose with his fingertip. It's the spoils of war you fought for yourself, won't you have a taste? Homelander's vigilant gaze darted back and forth between Director Lin Shu's mouth and the apple pie in front of him. In the end, he lost to that deadly sweet aroma. He tentatively stretched out a finger and pinched the edge of the pie. It felt slightly hot to the touch, and the crust was a bit burnt. He opened his mouth and carefully took a small bite. The crust shattered. The apple filling, coated in caramel, touched his taste buds. An extremely pure sweet and sour taste, mixed with the unmistakable fatty aroma of cheap butter, exploded in his mouth. This was a raw, untechnologically intervened, rough, yet soul-piercing flavor. Homelander's entire facial expression froze completely. He held the half-eaten apple pie blankly, his cheeks stopping mid-chew. His azure pupils dilated rapidly, flashing with incredible bewilderment. This didn't need to be earned by tearing apart someone else's body. This was something offered with both hands, carrying the residual warmth of the old man's withered palms. This was kindness. This was a rare, pure form of reciprocity in this world. Director Lin Shu leaned back against the cold, broken chair and watched this incredibly dramatic scene unfold. Inside that steel-reinforced body capable of withstanding a nuclear strike, what was actually hidden was merely a young soul that had never been treated gently by the world and was desperately longing to be seen and comforted. Just at the moment when this eerie, quiet warmth was about to fully settle in, a sharp, short, synthetic electronic sound suddenly rang out deep within Director Lin Shu's mind. Ding! Detected the first emotional positive anchor from an extremely dangerous target. Safety assessment mechanism triggered. The Orphanage hidden safety module has now reached the unlocking standard. Do you wish to execute the activation program immediately? Extremely dangerous target has produced a positive emotional anchor for the first time. Safety assessment mechanism triggered. The Orphanage's hidden security module has now reached the unlocking criteria. Do you wish to execute the activation procedure immediately? Director Lin Shu still had the last bite of apple pie in his mouth, not yet swallowed, when the cold, mechanical electronic voice slammed directly into his brain. He lifted his eyelids and scanned the opposite side. On the other side of the broken-legged table, Homelander was staring intently at the piece of dough in his hand, which was slightly burnt at the edges. In those eyes capable of melting through a tank, there was no murderous intent. Instead, he looked like an awkward child who had finally received a piece of candy, his breathing even growing lighter. He was still savoring that cheap, low-quality, yet piping hot sweetness. There was no abnormal reaction. The little monster turned a deaf ear to the system sound in his mind, showing rare emotional fluctuation only toward the apple pie. That is good. Director Lin Shu silently thought. Yes, in his heart. The blue light screen in his mind suddenly burst into a ripple, and then two virtual cards slowly emerged deep in his retinas, accompanied by blinding, highlighted text. Because this institution's funds are in a state of debt and the living environment is extremely harsh, the host is faced with two development path choices. Option 1. Primary material airdrop. Includes a full set of industrial-grade kitchen equipment, 500 kilograms of top-tier Kobe Wagyu beef, a full range of imported fruits, and vitamin nutritional supplements. These supplies are sufficient to ensure all the cubs survive a very bountiful winter. Option 2. Primary defensive barrier. An invisible force field constructed from pure high-dimensional energy that can perfectly fit the orphanage's territory. This barrier can absolutely block attacks from standard light and heavy firearms, stealth infiltration by malicious intruders, and reflect low-level energy impacts. Director Lin Shu's gaze was locked tightly onto the words, Kobe Wagyu beef. Inside the dilapidated orphanage, the cold wind was still raging, and his stomach was aching dully due to long-term malnutrition. In a place where even buying a sprouting onion required penny pinching, this batch of airdrops was enough to completely resolve the most core internal contradiction, hunger. If they were fed, wouldn't they stop causing trouble? But Director Lin Shu did not reach out to choose. He tilted his head and looked through the large hole in the first-floor wall that Homelander had smashed, gazing toward the pitch-black slum streets. The thugs from the Black Tooth Gang were just a bunch of bugs who bullied the weak and feared the strong, wetting their pants at the sight of red light. But there were no absolute secrets in this place, the old man's words of gratitude, plus the hundreds of eyes hidden behind windows in the surrounding slums. The news definitely could not be suppressed. By the time those local gangs with real high firepower armaments sneaked up to the door, or even attracted the attention of VOT International or the Official Investigation Bureau, The high-grade Wagyu beef piled in the kitchen would only become spoils on someone else's dining table. As for a home, if the door is broken, even if it is filled with mountains of gold and silver inside, it is just a sign that invites trouble. Director Lin Shu's fingertip fainted in the air, then, without a hint of reluctance, bypassed the card filled with meat patterns and slapped heavily onto the center of the second card. Option locked. Primary defensive barrier extracted. Barrier coverage countdown started. 3, 2, 1. Deployment complete. Not even a decent gust of wind stirred in the air. There was no light beam barrier covering the entire building like in the movies, nor was there a deafening alarm sound. Everything seemed unremarkable. But Director Lin Shu could feel that the cold, chilly wind around him had stopped. The biting night wind pouring in from the hole in the wall felt as if it had been abruptly cut off by a transparent wall dozens of meters away. Director Lin Shu swallowed the apple pie, stood up by bracing one hand on his knee, and pulled the coat hanging on the dilapidated coat rack onto his shoulders. Come out with me when you're finished. Homelander's hand movements paused slightly, and he reluctantly licked a speck of caramel stuck to the corner of his mouth with the tip of his tongue. He didn't say a word, just stood up silently and followed behind Director Lin Shu with a cold face. The two of them walked one after another through the corridor full of moldy stains and pushed open the rusty, double-leaf iron gate of the orphanage. The night was deep. The courtyard outside the gate was overgrown with weeds half a person tall, and the courtyard gate leading to the dilapidated street outside had long since been reduced to a circle of twisted and deformed iron railings. Director Lin Shu stopped on the inside of the courtyard gate, his hands stuffed in his coat pockets, his gaze fixed on the empty air in front of him. Homelander's toes lifted slightly off the ground, hovering in midair. He thought it was very boring for the man in front to run into the courtyard in the middle of the night and act crazy, and just as he was about to speak sarcastically, he suddenly frowned tightly. The super-sensory ability bestowed by years of extreme training in the laboratory was currently sending signals to him frantically. A faint light lit up in the depths of his ice-blue pupils. Through the capture of his supervision, Homelander clearly saw that starting from the base of that circle of scrap metal at the gate, a layer of extremely faint yet dense and thick transparent ripples was slowly flowing in midair. This layer of ripples was like an inverted bowl, completely wrapping the entire orphanage, along with the gap in the broken wall, inside. Did you install an electrified barrier for this crappy place? Homelander's voice suddenly dropped to the freezing point, and the vigilance and hostility that had finally subsided surged up again. At VOT International, as long as such a grid barrier was installed, it meant imprisonment, meaning that any attempt to cross the boundary would be met with tens of thousands of volts of high-voltage electric shock. I don't have money to pay the electricity bill, just installed a thin film to keep out thieves. Director Lin Shu breathed out a puff of white mist, not looking back, want to try it. Such provocative words made the blood vessels at the corners of Homelander's eyes start to turn red. He didn't believe in evil. What kind of thing could a mere dilapidated orphanage come up with to block him? Homelander strode past Director Lin Shu, without any hesitation, and directly extended a finger, forcefully poking toward that layer of invisible ripples. He had already prepared to tear through this protective net. The moment his finger touched the interface, there was no burnt smell of high-voltage current, no sharp alarm sound, and not even a shred of decent resistance appeared. That layer of faint light ripples was like a stagnant pool of water broken by a pebble, creating a circle of extremely soft ripples at the spot his fingertip touched. Subsequently, Homelander's entire arm passed through without any obstruction. The temperature difference in the air was clearly attached to the back of his hand. It was biting cold outside the door, but inside, it carried an eerily constant temperature. How is that possible? Homelander, not believing it, pulled his entire arm back, with a very large movement. Still, there was no obstruction. As he left, the light ripples closed again, not even leaving a scratch. This is not an iron cage used to lock people up. This thing doesn't care at all whether he goes out or not. This sense of disparity that exceeded common sense made an inexplicable sense of absurdity rise in Homelander's heart. He suddenly squatted down and dug out a heavy, blue stone the size of an adult's fist with sharp edges from the weeds at his feet. This stone had been weathered by wind and rain for years and was incredibly hard. Homelander weighed it, swung his arm around, and used the terrifying brute force that far exceeded human limits to smash it fiercely at the layer of ripples in midair. Whoosh! The stone carried a shrill whistle that tore through the air, its kinetic energy even exceeding that of a heavy sniper rifle bullet leaving the chamber. Bang! Just as the stone touched the ripples, a layer of dazzling water blue light arc erupted without warning. A huge reaction force exploded. The blue stone didn't even have time to produce a single crack before it flew back at a more terrifying speed than when it was thrown. That heavy parabola crossed over Homelander's head and smashed fiercely into the soil of the flower bed behind, with a loud thud, creating a mud pit half a meter deep, with debris and mud splashes flying everywhere. Homelander remained in the throwing posture, standing stunned on the spot. His hand could reach out, and even his body could rush out without any problems, but external objects carrying destructive kinetic energy, even if just a stone, would be indiscriminately defended against. Do you understand now? Director Lin Shu walked slowly to the edge of the iron fence and reached out to pat the peeling red paint on it. His deep eyes calmly watched the expression of incomprehension on Homelander's face. Those thorny high-voltage electric nets in the laboratory are used to prevent you from breaking out of prison. So that's called a cage. Director Lin Shu's voice was not loud, but it had extremely strong penetrating power, clearly knocking on Homelander's eardrums in the silent night. This barrier will only intercept bullets, blades, and idiots who don't know any better from the outside. In this courtyard, whether you want to jump out the window or fly out the door, it won't stop you. Director Lin Shu turned around, leaving his back completely to that transparent, invisible barrier. Because this is your home. The door is always tightly locked against the outside, that is protection. But inside, as long as you still call this place home, this door does not guard against family. Homelander's small hands hanging by his sides were clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white. Protection. Family. These few rustic words, devoid of any technological content, were like two blunt chisels, forcibly shattering all the incomplete common sense that had been instilled in him by Vought International over the past 7 years. So, a place that doesn't need an electric shock collar to lock it up can also be a place to belong. Stop being so sentimental. Homelander suddenly raised his head, clenching his molars to hide the strange feeling of his heart beating violently. An existence as powerful as me, the most powerful in the world, doesn't need this rotten film that tears at a touch for protection. Only bugs like you, who could be crushed to death at any time, would hide inside like shrinking turtles. The harsh words were spoken loudly, but Homelander didn't move even half an inch from the gate. He snorted coldly, his stars and stripes cape snapping open behind him, and without looking back, he turned into a streak of light, diving rapidly toward the dilapidated dormitory building inside the orphanage. He ran faster than anyone else, afraid that if he were half a second slower, Director Lin Shu would see the shock in his eyes that he couldn't suppress at all. Director Lin Shu watched the broken window on the second floor make a loud banging sound, shook his head, and finally, a bit of genuine warmth appeared at the corners of his eyes. This little monster's fur had finally been smoothed out a bit. As long as the barrier at the headquarters could function, at the very least, he could sleep peacefully for a few hours tonight. However, reality never gives this miserable Dean any room to breathe. 100 meters away from the orphanage gate, in a hidden dead-end alley filled with rotten trash heaps. In the thick, black shadows, came the rustling sound of clothing rubbing against brick walls. A man wearing a bloated leather jacket and a hood was huddled tightly behind a trash can. His breathing was rapid and suppressed, mixed with irrepressible ecstasy and trembling. In the leather-jacketed man's hands, he was holding a military-grade SLR camera with a modified telephoto lens. That dark lens had just crossed the highest point of the trash heap, locking with absolute precision onto the rusty gate of the orphanage. Click, click. The extremely faint yet harsh mechanical shutter sound was cleverly covered by the sound of dogs barking on the street in the distance. The LCD screen on the back of the camera emitted a faint, ghostly blue glow, illuminating the leather-jacketed man's face, full of stubble and a greedy smile. In that high-definition pixel photo that had just been frozen. Beside a muddy, pitch-black alley puddle. The boy who had made the tall thug from the Black Tooth Gang kneel and kowtow for mercy was clearly in the picture. Those eyes that were like a devil descending to the world, spraying high-energy scarlet beams, that arrogant posture hovering in midair, along with the stars and stripes cape on his back, were all captured perfectly without any blind spots. Isn't this the abnormal super-powered individual whose bounty has been skyrocketing in the underground intelligence network recently? The man's fingers, due to extreme excitement, left a greasy smudge on the camera screen, his bloodshot eyes repeatedly zooming in to confirm. God, tomorrow morning's headline is going to explode. Early the next morning, the mist in the slums had not yet dissipated. Director Lin Shuyan draped his old coat over his shoulders, and limped toward the entrance of the orphanage. The primary defensive barrier shimmered in mid-air with a faint light invisible to the naked eye. Just as Director Lin Shu reached out to push open the rickety iron gate, his foot tripped over a pile of debris. He looked down and saw, outside the dilapidated gate, 2 heads of cabbage still covered in frost, half a bag of poor-quality carrots, and even 2 old, thick cotton-padded jackets that had been washed white, all neatly stacked. Director Lin, you're up early. Across the street, Fat Auntie, who usually held her nose even when passing by, was rubbing her frozen red hands. She glanced around and then leaned in mysteriously. Those heartless fools from the Black Tooth Gang all ran out of our neighborhood last night with bandages on. I heard they got beaten up pretty badly. Fat Auntie gave a thumbs up with her rough thumb and stuffed a newspaper reeking of pungent ink into Director Lin Shu's arms. That little guy in the red cape in your orphanage has guts. Let him come out and wander around more when you have time. Consider this bag of potatoes on me. Before Director Lin Shu could respond, Fat Auntie wiggled her sturdy figure and walked away, humming a country tune off-key. Director Lin Shu carried the bag of potatoes and lowered his gaze. On the cheap little newspaper in his arms, titled, Queen's Street Morning News, a sensational headline was printed in extra-large, bold, low-quality black font. A good boy of the new century, the red-eyed little hero in the slums. Although the printed image was rough, the scene was exceptionally clear. It was exactly the moment from last night when Homelander was floating in midair, his eyes glowing with high-energy red light, intimidating the gang thugs. The paparazzi's angle was tricky. The low-angle shot perfectly removed the murderous violence in Homelander's eyes, instead capturing him with the aura of a savior who hated evil and was crushing the villains. Director Lin Shu raised an eyebrow. He carried the vegetables and the newspaper, turned, and walked toward the dim cafeteria. In front of the broken-legged dining table in the cafeteria, Homelander was hovering in midair. The burnt-edge apple pie from last night was on the table. The kid had his hands behind his back, staring longingly at the dough, seemingly struggling over whether to take another bite of this food that belonged to the bugs at the bottom of the food chain. What are you looking at? I'm not hungry at all. Hearing footsteps, Homelander turned around, his whole body tense like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Thwack! Director Lin Shu threw the ink-smelling newspaper directly onto the table. Nobody cares if you're hungry or not. See for yourself, good boy of the new century. Director Lin Shu pulled out a broken chair and sat down. Homelander frowned suspiciously, his ice blue pupils sweeping across the tabletop. After just one glance, the capillaries around Homelander's eye sockets suddenly bulged, and 2 extremely dangerous crimson rays of light brewed wildly in his eyes. Which piece of trash did this? Homelander's voice was so sharp it even shattered the glass. Good boy. Hero. How dare these weak and disgusting words be applied to me? I am a god. I am the existence that dictates their life and death. The powerful energy fluctuation caused the chipped bowls behind him to vibrate violently. In the laboratory, he was a machine of carnage. He was used to the screams and despair of others when they saw him. But this crappy newspaper had actually packaged him as a model student who stood up for an old man. For this Homelander cub who considered himself invincible in the world, this was a supreme humiliation. I'm going to find this crappy printing press. I'm going to burn the eyes of the person who took this photo into ash. Homelander kicked his toes, ready to smash through the roof and fly out to wash away this shame. The door is over there, walk yourself. As long as you can fix the ceiling, feel free to smash it. Director Lin Shu took a carrot out of the bag and rubbed it casually under the faucet. Go blow up the newspaper office. By the way, tell everyone on the street that you aren't here to help them at all, that you're just a mad dog that bites everyone it sees. Then watch them avoid you like they're avoiding a plague. Director Lin Shu took a bite of the raw carrot, which crunched loudly. But you'd better think clearly before you leave. I was planning to stew this bag of carrots the auntie gave us into a meat soup for you at noon. If you think these people's gratitude is an insult to you, you might as well throw these vegetables out the window. Homelander's towering rage was stuck in his throat. He floated in midair, staring fixedly at the carrot with earthy residue in Director Lin Shu's hand. Throw away something given for free by others. He couldn't bear to. The feeling of being actively shown goodwill by strangers was silently corroding his armor full of thorns like a drug. Inferior newspaper. Even my face is printed crookedly. Homelander flushed his fair, tender face, grabbed the newspaper on the table, and ripped it into two pieces with a rip sound. He turned abruptly and floated fiercely toward his bed, his back stiff as a board. Director Lin Shu gnawed on the carrot, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint arc. After breakfast, Director Lin Shu threw the remaining vegetables into the cold back kitchen, then walked out of the orphanage alone. He had to confirm the real radiation range of this public opinion fermentation. The community in the early morning was gradually waking up. The old newspaper stand on the street corner exuded the steaming aroma of coffee, surrounded by a few neighbors in overalls. Director Lin Shu pulled up the collar of his coat and leaned against the mottled brick wall on the side of the newsstand. Did you hear? Last night, those fools collecting protection money on East Street were taken care of by little Superman. The mechanic, smoking a low-quality cigarette, waved his oil-covered arms and exhaled a puff of thick smoke. Isn't that right? My wife insisted on going to the orphanage gate to drop off some clothes this morning. The newsstand owner chimed in with a smile while organizing stacks of street morning news. The police don't like to come to this poor place, and now there's a tough little blonde kid. I heard that with one glare from those red eyes, the Black Tooth gang all wet their pants. It's so satisfying. Listening to the enthusiastic gossip of his neighbors, thoughts raced through Director Lin Shu's mind. Vought International was a massive capital monster. To retrieve this lost strongest weapon, they would absolutely be pervasive. The orphanage currently had no money or power. Relying solely on a primary defensive barrier could stop bullets, but it couldn't stop open, forceful adoption and official searches. But this fire of public opinion was burning at the right time. When Homelander was no longer an extremely dangerous item with an unknown whereabouts, but had become a warm-hearted good boy, talked about by everyone in the slums, he had an extra layer of natural folk protection. Vought International cared most about their reputation. They would never dare to defy the world and forcibly take away a moral model in public. Positive public opinion was the strongest barrier against capital. Director Lin Shu had a plan in mind and walked back to the orphanage with long strides. Just as he stepped through the gate, a crisp electronic synthesized sound rang in Director Lin Shu's mind. Ding! Target has received extremely positive social feedback. Self-worth identity has shifted. Target's defensive psychology toward the outside world has slightly loosened. Moral education score increased by 3 points. Current orphanage overall score, 25 points. The system prompt slightly stunned Director Lin Shu. It increased points just like that. He softened his footsteps and walked into the drafty activity room. Sunlight hit the floor through the broken window. Homelander was sitting cross-legged on the paint-peeling old wooden bed. He held an expired comic book picked up from a junk pile in his arms, still muttering something under his breath. Seeing director Lin Shu walk in, Homelander was like an electric shock, closing the comic book with a bang and pressing it hard under his butt. Don't you have any sound when you walk? Do you know the rules? Homelander raised his eyebrows and roared. Director Lin Shu glanced at the floor. The newspaper that had been torn into 2 pieces before had been violently torn to shreds, drifting all over the floor like snowflakes. Not even half a character could be pieced together. Torn quite thoroughly, huh? Director Lin Shu looked at the scraps of paper all over the floor with a half smile. The paper quality is too poor. It turned into powder as soon as I used a little force. Homelander raised his chin arrogantly, arms crossed, looking completely disdainful. Director Lin Shu didn't expose him. Because in the side seam of the tattered comic book that Homelander was pressing under his butt, a square-cut, edge-aligned piece of newspaper edge was sticking out, very out of place. The ink handwriting on that paper just happened to reveal the 2 characters, good boy. This vicious dog, who kept shouting about destroying the world, had actually, in private, like a primary school student treasuring a certificate of merit, carefully picked out the section of the newspaper that belonged to him and hid it in the book to read secretly. And he even got angry out of shame because he was caught peeking. Fine, the paper quality is indeed poor. I'm planning to make pork rib and carrot soup at noon. Director Lin Shu looked away and turned to walk out the door with a calm tone. He didn't want to break this little monster's fragile self-esteem. Just as Director Lin Shu walked out of the room, he clearly heard the sound of turning pages from behind him, and a whisper so soft it was almost inaudible. If there's no poison in it, I'll reluctantly drink a bowl. Night fell, heavy as thick ink, covering the city. After a whole day of bustle and tossing about, the dilapidated orphanage finally fell into a rare silence. In the dean's office on the 2nd floor, Director Lin Shu sat at the desk with one missing leg, wearing his coat. A dim candlelight flickered in the cold wind. He used the faint light to write and draw in the yellowed ledger with a pencil. Although the gas pipe was blocked, the heating was completely finished. He had to calculate buying a few cheap blankets to keep that arrogant kid from always using lasers to roast the load-bearing walls in the room. The pencil made a rustling sound on the paper. Just as Director Lin Shu circled an expense. Boom. An extremely dull low-frequency vibration came from deep underground in the distance. The movement even made the water glass on the table tremble. The pencil in Director Lin Shu's hand stopped heavily, the tip breaking on the paper. He turned his head abruptly and stared out the window. The night sky in the distance was originally pitch black. But in the sky only 1 or 2 blocks away, a large area of dazzling red light suddenly exploded without warning. The red light was eerie, illuminating the clouds as brightly as dripping blood. Accompanied by this were the continuous, extremely urgent, harsh sirens of SWAT armored vehicles. That was definitely not the kind of commotion that could be caused by an ordinary street gang fight. The window glass rattled loudly from that low-frequency shockwave. Director Lin Shu's pencil stopped heavily in his hand, the broken lead tip drawing a pitch-black line of death across the old ledger. That was an energy fluctuation that could absolutely not appear in a normal shootout. He abruptly dropped the broken pencil, grabbed the old coat from the back of his chair, and rushed outside. Just as he pulled the door open, a small figure in red and blue was already hovering at the top of the stairs. Homelander turned his head. His previously suppressed emotions were reignited by the red light in the distance, and his azure eyes danced with an extremely bloodthirsty, bellicose fanaticism. The commotion over there is much bigger than that bunch of bugs from the Black Tooth Gang. New Dean, that is definitely a fun time worth me twisting their necks. Homelander's childish voice was filled with irrepressible excitement. Take me there. Director Lin Shu said decisively. You can't even fly, are you going there to drag me down? Homelander sneered coldly. Director Lin Shu grabbed the corner of his Stars and Stripes cape, his gaze unquestionable. Now. Homelander gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes in extreme disgust, but forced by the weak sense of obedience that had just been established, he still grabbed the back collar of Director Lin Shu's coat with one hand. The violent night wind was like a bone-scraping steel blade. Accompanied by a sonic boom that tore through the air, Homelander lifted Director Lin Shu and soared directly into the sky, like a missile fresh out of the chamber, plunging straight toward that blood-dripping red night sky in the distance. In less than 2 minutes, the scene before them seemed to have forcibly stripped away the common sense of space in the human world. The two landed on the roof of a dilapidated pickup truck on the outermost edge of the affected block. Director Lin Shu steadied his numb legs and looked out. His breathing came to a complete standstill. This was no street shootout. The entire half of the block seemed to have been thrown into a weightless blender. The originally hard and flat asphalt road had been forcibly overturned by an invisible, immense force. Broken sewage pipes lay across the surface like dead giant pythons. The blinding red demonic light turned into thick mist, filling every inch of the air. What made one's scalp tingle the most was that the laws of gravity within this area had completely collapsed. Bent and broken streetlights, multi-ton family cars, peeling chunks of broken concrete, along with magazines from the roadside newsstand, were all floating in midair without any pattern. They were tightly wrapped in a dark red energy halo, rotating slowly and eerily. On the outer perimeter, 3 or 4 fully armed special police officers lay fallen. They had long since fallen into a coma, and the tactical assault rifles in their hands seemed to have encountered extremely high-frequency molecular resonance, completely disintegrating into countless flying tiny metal parts. The source of all this twisted chaos pointed directly to the old apartment building at the end of the street, which had collapsed on one side. In the very center of the ruins, that streak of blinding red light surged outward endlessly. Director Lin Shu narrowed his eyes, and with the help of the firelight, he finally saw the figure in the energy vortex clearly. It was actually a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old, wearing a tattered red sweater. She had none of the arrogance of an expert. The little girl was hugging her knees tightly, curled up in the pile of broken bricks and rubble like a dying little beast. Her head was buried in her arms, and her entire thin body was trembling violently and uncontrollably. "Don't come over. Please, don't touch me." The childish cry, mixed with extreme despair and panic, pierced through the sound of the violent wind. Every time she sobbed, the dark red energy ripple would frantically expand outward in a circle. A sharp red light lashed out from her side without warning, silently cutting a thick piece of rebar in midair into powder. There was no intent to actively attack. It was all lethal defense after externalizing extreme fear. Director Lin Shu felt his temples throbbing wildly. Immediately after, a warning screen, more blinding than blood, exploded wildly on his retina. Danger! Danger! High-energy radiation source of chaos magic detected. Extremely dangerous cub discovered. Wanda. The target is currently in a state of severe nightmare stress and reality distortion. The emotional defense line is about to completely collapse. Once the energy peak overloads, its explosive power will be enough to completely erase the current block from physical space. A layer of fine cold sweat seeped from Director Lin Shu's back. Chaos magic, capable of tearing apart the laws of space, placed on a frightened cub that had lost its reason, was more terrifying than 10,000 time bombs. In the half-second he was thinking of a countermeasure, the air temperature around him suddenly skyrocketed. Homelander was already floating in midair. He stared at the little girl who was casting red light randomly with an impatient face. The blood vessels in the skin around his eyes instantly bulged, and 2 scorching red lasers had already gathered to the critical point. Making such a big commotion in the middle of the night, and it's actually just a stinky brat who keeps crying. Homelander's mouth hooked into a cruel arc. This fool red light is making my eyes hurt. New Dean, I'm going over now to burn a hole through this troublemaker's head, and everything will be quiet. After saying this, a sonic boom sounded under Homelander's feet, and he made a move to smash head on into that energy storm. Stop right there. Director Lin Shu shouted. He lunged forward desperately, one hand locking onto the war robe on Homelander's shoulder like an iron pincer. Inertia carried Director Lin Shu, nearly making him fall off the car roof. Homelander's figure paused from the brute force. He turned his head, the fierce light in his eyes aiming directly at Director Lin Shu's face. You dare to pull me? Let go. Don't force me to cut you up along with her. Director Lin Shu ignored the deathly high temperature close at hand. His eyes were wide open, and the sense of oppression in his gaze was even more terrifying than Homelander's. Shut up. You are not allowed to go over and mess things up. Who are you to control me? Homelander laughed out of extreme anger, pointing at the chaotic ruins in front. This place is completely messed up. Only my power can crush her ridiculous red light. I'm going over to teach this weakling a lesson. Do you call that teaching a lesson? You're just detonating a powder keg. Director Lin Shu scolded through gritted teeth, his thumb pressing hard on Homelander's collarbone. He had to shatter this kid's blind confidence in his power within a few seconds. Look closely at those rebar broken into powder. That doesn't conform to common sense at all. Director Lin Shu scolded sternly, that is not a physical defense you can cut with just a pair of eyes. Her mind is currently hanging by a thread. If you rush over with murderous intent, the moment your beams touch her, half the street will be wiped out. Homelander was stunned. Since his birth, all his teachings and perceptions had been about absolute force crushing everything. This was the first time in his life he had heard from someone else, don't go head to head. He was full of incomprehensible rage. Just at this moment, Wanda's terrified scream pierced the sky. An out-of-control crescent-shaped red light swept outward in a fan shape. The red light lightly grazed a metal streetlight pole less than a meter away from Homelander. There was no sound of metal being cut. The thick streetlight pole, cast from pure steel, was like an ice cream cone in the sun, eerily and completely dissolving into the air, leaving not even a trace of residue. What was even more terrifying was that at that instant, on the surface of Homelander's proud, invulnerable, absolute body, a layer of subtle, stinging goosebumps uncontrollably broke out. The muscles at the corner of Homelander's eyes twitched violently. That was a law of destruction without any logic. He was instinctively wary. Director Lin Shu keenly captured that slight hesitation in Homelander's arrogance. He took the opportunity to release Homelander's clothes, quickly took off his own bloated coat, and threw it casually onto the hood of the wrecked car at his feet. Today I will teach you the fourth rule. Director Lin Shu said, while unbuttoning his tight shirt collar, looking straight at the night sky stained by the red light. If you want to stop a disaster that has gone mad, don't add fuel to the fire. Don't act tough. Stay here and guard the perimeter, and don't move. Leaving these words behind, Director Lin Shu jumped off the car roof. Stepping on the broken bricks and tiles covering the ground, without the cover of any supernatural abilities, he walked alone toward that scarlet turbulence that even superheroes found tricky. Homelander stood on high ground, the red light around his eyes flickering wildly. He clenched his fists, staring fixedly at that thin back. He didn't understand. This useless middle-aged man clearly had no resistance at all, so where did he get the confidence to use a commanding tone to tell him not to act tough, while walking step by step into a hell capable of tearing steel apart? The repulsive force ahead was getting stronger and stronger. The air seemed to have turned into thick mercury, squeezing Director Lin Shu's alveoli. Sharp broken glass floating in midair whistled past along the trajectory of the red light. Director Lin Shu suddenly tilted his head, and a razor-like glass fragment grazed his cheek. A long, thin line of blood burst open instantly, and warm blood dripped down his jaw. He didn't raise his hand to wipe it, but instead deliberately spread his hands out, palms facing up, exposing them to the air without any defense. He could not have a trace of hostility. He could not trigger any overreaction of self-defense from the other party. Only 5 meters remained. The high pressure made every breath Director Lin Shu took feel like swallowing burning charcoal. His bones emitted a secret sound of protest. That thin figure in the red sweater was still trapped in the center of the ruins, trembling. Director Lin Shu slowed his pace, doing his best to steady the violent heaving of his chest. He adjusted his voice and spoke in a low, calm tone that carried no aggression. It's okay now, good child. It's very safe here. No one will come to force you to do anything. The gentle voice pierced through the whistling of the energy and reached the core of the red light precisely. The energy vortex suddenly paused. The small, violently sobbing back suddenly stiffened. In the center of the ruins, Wanda stopped crying. She felt that a strange living thing was already close at hand. Stimulated by the painful memories of the laboratory, anyone who approached her represented fatal torture and needles. That small body suddenly straightened its spine, and then slowly lifted its head. Those eyes, completely swallowed by the crimson light, stared fixedly ahead. Immediately after, a crescent-shaped red light, enough to cut through space, turned into a substantial blade and slashed fiercely toward Director Lin Shu's throat. The sharp crimson blade of light, carrying the terrifying pressure of tearing through space, whistled as it pressed against the carotid artery of Director Lin Shu. The fierce wind pressure sliced through his skin without resistance, and a single drop of scarlet blood trickled slowly down his Adam's apple. To step forward was to die, to step back was to lose everything. Director Lin Shu's feet seemed to have taken root in the ground. His breathing was as heavy and labored as a fully extended bellows. Enduring the creaking of his bones under the pressure of the magic, he extended his open hands forward another half-inch. This thing is useless against me. And I won't dodge, Director Lin Shu said, staring straight at the trembling girl deep within the red light, his voice surprisingly steady. He didn't preach, nor did he make any unnecessary defensive moves. At the center of the red light, Wanda shook her head desperately. The dark memories of the base made her hold absolute hostility toward any creature that approached. As her emotions fluctuated violently, the heavy debris suspended in the air around them began to tremble frantically once again. Go away. You'll all poke me with needles. You'll all lock me in iron cages. Wanda screamed out of control, her eyes tightly shut. As the scream erupted, that lethal red blade inched forward by an imperceptible fraction. The bloodstain on Director Lin Shu's neck suddenly widened. The bone-chilling pain made the corner of Director Lin Shu's eye twitch violently twice. I know you're afraid, Director Lin Shu said, his voice rising slightly to force its way through the roar of the storm. You can be afraid, that is your freedom. Anyone who encountered this kind of mess would be scared enough to want to run away. The small body at the center of the storm shuddered violently. But you can't just shrink away alone in this hellish red light. Scared, Director Lin Shu gritted his teeth, bearing the magical pressure that was nearly suffocating him, and forced himself to take another heavy step forward. He was less than half a meter away from the crimson core of death. Reach out your hand, Director Lin Shu said, suppressing his pain, his tone becoming as casual as if they were discussing what to have for dinner. Grab my sleeve. Grip it tight. Wanda was somewhat stunned by these words, which defied all common logic. In the laboratories of the past, whenever those my lords in white coats saw the red light, they would either use anesthetic gas or raise riot shields. Never had anyone voluntarily asked to get close, and certainly no one had ever asked her to grab some hellish sleeve. A glimmer of struggling clarity flashed in those crimson eyes. She cautiously released her right hand, which had been tightly clutching her knees. Her fingertips looked pale and bloodless from extreme tension. At the very second she tentatively reached out her small hand. Yes, that's it. Now, follow my voice and count slowly, Director Lin Shu said, not daring to even blink. 1. Inhale. 2. The low and steady counting became a crude yet highly effective sedative at this moment. Wanda's lips began to move slightly in sync. The violent dark red chaos magic around them began to thin at a visible rate, following the rhythm of her breathing. When Director Lin Shu gritted his teeth and finished the final sound of 10. Wanda's trembling little hand finally touched the dusty, rough sleeve of Director Lin Shu's shirt. And then she gripped it tightly, with all her might. The real sensation of the fabric, combined with the warm body temperature radiating from him, became the final straw that broke her taut nerves. The crimson in those eyes completely faded away, returning to a clear green. The extreme grievance accumulated over a long time erupted like a dam bursting. Wanda completely withdrew her magical mental barrier, and like a terrified fledgling that had lost its nest, she lunged forward, crashing solidly into Director Lin Shu's arms. Wah! A heart-wrenching wail exploded in the center of the ruins. The residual chaos magic, having lost the control of her conscious mind, did not simply dissipate into thin air. The remaining high-energy turbulence turned into dozens of tiny, sharp red blades, shooting out in all directions like uncontrolled shrapnel. Several of the sharp red blades headed straight for Wanda's thin back. Director Lin Shu's pupils contracted rapidly. He had no time to think. He slammed his arms shut, pressing the little girl tightly against his chest. At the same time, he stiffly twisted his body, turning his broad back completely toward the magical fragments. SSH. SSH. The dull sounds of sharp blades cutting into flesh rang out one after another. The residual red light slashed fiercely across Director Lin Shu's right forearm and the outside of his lower leg. The fabric shredded instantly, and bright red blood gushed out, dripping onto the concrete blocks covered in gray-white powder. The bone-piercing pain made Director Lin Shu gasp sharply. He let out a muffled groan from deep in his throat, his legs suddenly buckling from the intense pain, and he dropped onto one knee heavily against the stone tiles. Yet he showed no intention of letting go. Like a statue cast in iron, he held the sobbing girl tighter and tighter with his bleeding hands. On the outskirts of the storm, Homelander was still hovering in midair, taking in the entire scene before him. His small hands, which could easily crush bulletproof steel plates, were tightly clenched together. His ice-blue eyes churned with unmasked, extreme astonishment. In the concepts forcibly instilled by Vought International, the weak deserved to be eliminated, and taking a knife for someone else was the most useless act in the world. This practice of throwing oneself onto the tip of a blade just to protect a crazy little brat who was a stranger was simply idiotic. If this were in the past, he would have already raised his chin and loudly mocked this man's weakness. But at this very moment, his throat felt as if it had been stuffed with a handful of rusty iron nails. Those arrogant, mean-spirited sarcasms were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't even spit out a single syllable. That man without superpowers was trembling all over from the pain, and the blood on his arm had completely soaked through his shirt sleeve. His posture was as pathetic as could be. Yet Homelander felt a corner of his heart, frozen for years, ache faintly, seared by that blinding red. He couldn't understand what kind of lunatic in this world would be willing to endure the risk of broken hands and feet just to trade for a hug. He vaguely realized that from the time he was born until now, even with the title of the strongest, he had never been protected so unreservedly by anyone. The distorted gravitational magnetic field of the entire block finally recovered completely as Wanda fell unconscious. The floating broken glass and wrecked cars fell one after another. The thick dust raised made Director Lin Shu cough incessantly. His entire right arm was numb with pain. The little girl in his arms had her eyes closed, having fallen into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. A crisp notification sound from the system followed in Director Lin Shu's mind. Ding! Successfully pacified the extremely dangerous Chaos Magic Cub. The intake procedures for the second superhuman cub have been forcibly activated. The target cub has developed basic trust and reliance on the host. Current orphanage moral education score increased by 7 points. Total score, 32 points. Alert continues. The total score has not yet reached the passing line. The countdown to the extinction level rampage has not been lifted. Director Lin Shu pulled the corner of his mouth in a bleak smile, using his still movable left hand to wipe the cold sweat from his chin. Bleeding was nothing. As long as this group of little ancestors who could blow up the earth were temporarily pacified, all the pain would be worth it. He gritted his teeth, struggled to stand up using the debris as leverage, and supported Wanda's weight with one arm. Then he looked up and jerked his bloody chin at Homelander, who was still dazed in the high air. What are you staring at? Come over here and give me a hand. This little girl weighs at least 50 pounds. Do you expect your dean to drag her all the way back while limping? Homelander was jolted back to reality by this unexpected call. He glared with his beautiful big eyes, trying to use anger to cover up his recent lapse in composure. Who wants to help you? Why should I touch this idiot who almost killed you? His words were nasty, but the speed at which he flew down from midair stirred up a gust of wind. He deliberately avoided Wanda, and with a look of awkwardness, he grabbed the only blood-free fabric on the collar of Director Lin Shu's old shirt. Immediately afterward, he shot into the sky, carrying the two of them away from the devastated street. Cold wind whistled through the halls of the orphanage in the dead of night. In the dilapidated guest room on the second floor, a faint scent of blood permeated the air. After throwing Director Lin Shu into the hallway, Homelander dove back into his own kennel with a dark face. He wasn't even willing to spare a glance at the sleeping crazy girl. Director Lin Shu shook out the thin, patched blanket on the bed. He painstakingly settled Wanda onto the old mattress. The girl's sleeping posture was full of defense, her small hands tightly gripped the edge of the blanket, and she was curled up into a ball. Director Lin Shu dragged over a wooden chair that was missing part of its backrest and sat down. His chest heaved violently as he greedily breathed in the cold air. By the faint moonlight shining in from the window, he used his teeth to hold a strip of cloth torn from an old bedsheet and roughly wrapped it around his still bleeding right arm. The moment he pulled on the wound, the piercing pain made him grimace. The depth of the wound was far greater than estimated, and it wouldn't heal in the short term. He had no money to go to an underground clinic for stitches, so he could only force the bleeding to stop for now. He sat in the shadows, watching the girl on the bed whose breathing had gradually stabilized, a hint of weary relief appearing in his eyes. After a brief rest, Director Lin Shu braced his knees to stand up, intending to return to his drafty office to endure the rest of the night. Just as he exerted force with his legs, the bundled figure on the bed trembled ever so slightly. Those light green eyes, still stained with tear tracks at the corners, opened slowly in the dim light. Because of the excessive mental exhaustion, her gaze was not fully focused. She just lay there quietly, her gaze falling straight onto Director Lin Shu's right arm, which was wrapped in rags and still oozing blood. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and the creaking of the window frame in the wind sounded particularly harsh. Wanda hid half her face under the edge of the tattered blanket, revealing only a pair of vigilant yet fragile eyes. She looked at the man who had bled for her, her voice dry and hoarse. Will you lock me up? Confine you? Director Lin Shu sat on a broken wooden chair with a missing leg, not even lifting his eyelids. He used his uninjured left hand to fish a lighter from his pocket and lit the half-burned, moldy candle on the table. A dim, yellow light flickered to life. He casually pointed his chin toward the dilapidated door that let the wind in. This broken orphanage can't even keep out the northwest wind. The lock rusted and broke half a month ago. Do you think there are any conditions here that could confine a little girl who knows magic? Director Lin Shu's voice was flat and calm, without the slightest hint of interrogation or threat. Wanda gripped the tattered, patched blanket tightly. Her small body was still curled up in the corner of the bed. Her clear, green eyes scanned the surroundings. This place was very poor, the walls were covered in mottled water stains, and spiderwebs hung in the corners. There was no smell of disinfectant. No white coats. And no armed guards ready to shoot her at any moment. But when her gaze fell back onto the rough, blood-soaked bandage on Director Lin Shu's right arm, the girl's heart gave a sharp tug. Extreme guilt and fear surged up again. She had caused that injury. She was a monster. As her emotions fluctuated, the surrounding air suddenly felt heavy. The broken, chipped water cup sitting by Director Lin Shu's hand suddenly glowed with an eerie red light without warning. The cup lifted off the tabletop, floating crookedly into midair. The leftover cold water inside was vibrating violently. Wanda gasped in fright, biting her lips desperately, trying to make that cursed cup stop. But the more nervous she got, the brighter the red light on the cup became. Now that's rude. Director Lin Shu looked at the floating water cup, naturally reached out his left hand, and grabbed it back. This is my last cup of water this morning. If you knock it over, I'll have to drink rusty water from the tap. The moment the red light touched Director Lin Shu's palm, it dissipated as if it had been shocked. Director Lin Shu tilted his head back and drank the cold water in the cup in one gulp. Let's go. It's too stuffy in this room. Director Lin Shu threw the empty cup onto the table and stood up. I'll take you outside for some fresh air. The morning chill hadn't faded yet. The backyard of the orphanage was overgrown with weeds half a person tall. Director Lin Shu led Wanda, who was wrapped in a coat, and sat down at the stone table with a missing corner in the backyard. Just then, an extremely annoying sneer came from midair. Homelander, draped in a stars and stripes cape, hovered above them with his arms crossed, looking down from on high. His ice-blue eyes were filled with disdain. The shock from the high-speed chase last night had been suppressed by his intense arrogance after daybreak. Letting a crazy girl who can't even hold a cup of water out. Aren't you afraid this new dean will have her flip the whole yard over in a fit of rage? Homelander's tone was nasty. It's only because I'm here. Otherwise, this sniveling crybaby would have buried you all under the ruins long ago. Wanda had just sat down, and upon hearing this, her small hands clenched the hem of her clothes tightly. A flash of dark red halo danced dangerously at her fingertips. Shut up. If you aren't going to help, keep your snide remarks to yourself. Director Lin Shu retorted without even looking up at Homelander. Director Lin Shu pulled a crumpled piece of cardboard from his pocket and fished out a broken half of a red crayon he'd found somewhere. He laid the cardboard flat on the stone table. Under Wanda's nervous gaze, Director Lin Shu used the broken crayon to draw a crooked scale that looked like a thermometer on the paper. At the very bottom, he drew a green blade of grass. In the middle, he drew a yellow sun. At the very top, he forcefully scribbled an extremely glaring big red X. Look at this. Director Lin Shu pointed at the cardboard with his left index finger. Wanda bit her lip, her eyes full of confusion. Homelander couldn't help but lower his flight altitude, craning his neck to look down. When he saw the crude, elementary school level drawing, he immediately let out an exaggerated laugh. My God. New Dean, are you planning to teach this little lunatic who only knows how to shoot red light how to draw? This drawing is so rotten it oozes pus, even the idiot in the trash can on the corner wouldn't bother to look at it twice. Director Lin Shu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the noise generator in midair. He looked straight at Wanda. This is called an emotion thermometer. Director Lin Shu's tone was very serious. The grass at the bottom means you are sitting here now, safe and calm. No one is bothering you. Wanda stared at the green grass and nodded slightly. The sun in the middle means you start feeling flustered, feel like others are going to bully you, or when that idiot hanging in the sky starts yelling at you, you start getting annoyed. Director Lin Shu completely ignored the veins popping on Homelander's head and continued, at this time, take a deep breath. The big red X at the top. Director Lin Shu's voice hardened a bit. This means you are about to explode. Just like last night. But before the red light comes out and destroys someone's house, you must force yourself to call a timeout at this red X. Call a timeout. Wanda's voice was hoarse. I can't do it. I can't control it. As her words fell, the scorching feeling in the surrounding air climbed again. The little girl's eyes began to uncontrollably glow with crimson. Too childish. Homelander landed next to the stone table with a boom, making the cardboard on the table jump. He stared at Director Lin Shu with disgust. If a powerful person wants to get angry, they get angry. Do you need to rely on this kind of drawing game that even babies don't play to control it? This is a huge insult to power. Oh. Director Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, scanning Homelander with a sharp gaze. He backhanded the broken red crayon onto the stone table in front of Homelander. Since you think it's childish, why don't you, this great powerhouse, demonstrate it for her yourself? Director Lin Shu leaned back, looking like he was watching a show. Tell me, when someone pisses you off, but before you take action, how do you count to 10 in your head? Homelander was choked by this sentence. The corners of his eyes began to twitch violently. Why should I count to 10? Whoever annoys me, I'll split them in two with one look. Homelander roared furiously, two balls of red light already brewing in his eyes. So you're just like her, unable to control yourself. You don't even have the self-restraint to hold back for 10 seconds. You're not even as good as a 3-year-old. Director Lin Shu dropped a bombshell in a calm tone. This was the provocation Homelander couldn't stand. I am stronger than everyone in the world. 10 seconds. That's nothing. Homelander's fair face flushed red. He glared viciously at Director Lin Shu, his hands clenched into fists. Fine. Start. Director Lin Shu tapped the table with his finger. Homelander took a deep breath of cold air and began to count through gritted teeth. 1. The voice was so loud it sounded like he was cursing on the street. 2. The surrounding air buzzed from the vibration. 3. Just as he reached 3, the image of Director Lin Shu calling him, not as good as a 3-year-old, flashed through Homelander's mind. Immediately after, he recalled the faces of the Black-Toothed Gang worms. An uncontrollable mania rushed to his head. The more he counted, the more stifled he felt. He, a transcendent being who could push over a building like blocks, was standing in a pile of weeds reciting numbers like an idiot. I'm not counting anymore. Homelander was furious, and the crimson laser at the bottom of his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Swoosh. 2 scorching lasers shot out uncontrollably, grazing the edge of the stone table and shooting into the pile of dead grass in the distance. The weeds burst into flames with a boom, emitting foul black smoke. Homelander's chest heaved violently. He turned his head viciously, preparing to use words to recover his pitiful face. PFF'd. An extremely slight but incredibly clear laugh rang out abruptly in the quiet backyard. Homelander froze. Director Lin Shu also turned his head. The laughter came from across the stone table. Wanda covered her mouth with both hands, her shoulders shaking. Those eyes, which had originally begun to glow with chaotic red light, were now completely filled with a vivid, mischievous, and happy expression belonging to a normal little girl. She looked at Homelander's furious, red-faced expression. Looking at this boy who claimed to be invincible, yet couldn't even hold his breath for 3 seconds and ended up venting on a pile of dead grass. She really couldn't help it. This was also the first time she had laughed from the bottom of her heart since escaping the endless torture of those laboratories. With this relaxed chuckle, the suffocating high-pressure magic energy covering the backyard dissipated completely, like morning dew meeting the scorching sun. You lowly sniveling crybaby. You dare laugh at me. Homelander was like a lit firecracker, pointing at Wanda and screaming wildly, do you believe I'll burn your sweater to ashes? Count to 3. Wanda wasn't scared. Instead, she pointed at Homelander and added a stuttering jab. Homelander spun around in place, frantic, unable to find an excuse to lash out. He snorted coldly, kicked off the ground with force, and flew back to the roof of the second floor of the orphanage, refusing to come down and embarrass himself again even if he died. The crisis was completely resolved. Director Lin Shu reached out his left hand and wiped a drop of cold sweat from his forehead with his thumb. He looked at the tattered thermometer on the table, and a stone finally fell from his heart. Emotions are monsters. The more you treat them like a formidable enemy, the fiercer they bounce back. Only by breaking that full tension can these machines of destruction reconnect to the ground wire of reason. The laughter gradually died down. The cold morning breeze blew across Wanda's flushed cheeks. The smile in her eyes slowly faded. Her gaze followed the table and finally landed on the tattered cloth bandage soaked in blood on Director Lin Shu's arm. The girl slowly stood up. Her 2 small hands were tightly twisted in front of her, and her thin body, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. What? Haven't laughed enough? Director Lin Shu raised an eyebrow. Wanda shook her head vigorously. Her green eyes showed a rare stubbornness and persistence. She pointed toward the direction of the ruins outside the courtyard wall. I want to go and fix the houses of those families I broke yesterday. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
American Comics. Superpowered Orphanage. Everyone is a beacon of righteousness. Part 2. Director Lin Shu raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. The morning breeze blew through the weed-choked courtyard as he looked at the little girl before him, who barely reached his waist. Those eyes, which had just been filled with fear and the red light of chaos magic, were now brimming with genuine guilt. This little monster had actually taken the hardest step all on her own. Fine. Director Lin Shu pulled his uninjured left hand out of his old coat pocket and nodded without hesitation. If you break something, you fix it yourself. That's the third rule I set. Let's go to the next block. The two of them, one tall and one small, walked through the rusty iron gate of the orphanage. The slum streets were still quiet in the early morning, and the air was filled with the unpleasant smell of garbage mixed with damp soil. The places ravaged by the crimson energy last night were simply ghastly. Deep trenches had split the asphalt road, and several bare old trees along the street had been uprooted. Wanda clutched tightly at the corner of Director Lin Shu's coat, her little face growing paler with every step she took. When they reached the corner of the street, a dilapidated two-story brick house with half its roof collapsed came into view. The large chimney made of red bricks that originally stood on the roof had been neatly sliced in half, with broken bricks and black ash scattered all over the ground. That was the crime scene, affected by her loss of control last night. Wanda stopped, her breathing becoming rapid. She looked up at the pitiful house, her knuckles turning white from gripping her hands too hard. In the laboratory, any damage to equipment would always result in weeks of confinement and blood draws. A faint scarlet halo appeared on her fingertips once again. Remember the green grass on the thermometer. Relax. Director Lin Shu stood beside her, his voice steady and without a ripple. Just focus on fixing it. Put the fallen things back together. I'll handle everything else. Wanda swallowed hard. She took a deep breath of the chilly air, forced herself to let go of Director Lin Shu's coat, and tremblingly extended her two small hands, aiming her palms at the gap in the roof. Thick, dark red magic energy spilled from her palms like silk threads, climbing toward the roof along with the morning breeze. The broken bricks on the ground began to float, defying gravity. Wrapped in the red light, they flew one by one toward the jagged edge of the roof, like a scene in a movie being played in reverse in slow motion. Originally, everything was going smoothly. But at that very moment, the shrill scream of a wild cat came from a distant alley. Being extremely sensitive and easily startled, Wanda's shoulders flinched violently. She was too afraid of messing up again. The more she feared making a mistake, the more bizarre her control over her thoughts became. The irrational reality warping nature of chaos magic completely mutated under this state of anxious apprehension. The broken, ash-covered bricks flying in midair underwent a rapid transformation in material and color just as they were about to fall into place. A garish, manly pink, like a bucket of cheap paint, was unreasonably splashed all over those bricks. Not only that, but as the last pink brick was fitted perfectly onto the top of the chimney, a ring of three-dimensional, pale yellow fluorescent pentagrams grew out of thin air around the middle of the chimney, just like a neon light strip. The originally lifeless, shabby shack was now forced to top itself with a pink magic chimney that looked like it had been plucked out of a low-quality fairy tale book. The visual dissonance was intense. It was so ridiculous that it was hard to look at. Wanda withdrew her hand in a panic. She looked at the monstrosity on the roof that was glowing pink and flashing with little yellow stars, tears swirling wildly in her eyes. She had messed up. Not only had she failed to fix it, but she had turned someone's house into a monster. Creak. Just then, the rickety wooden door of the broken brick house was pushed open from the inside. A burly man wearing old striped pajamas and a face full of stubble walked out, grumbling and holding a chipped coffee mug. Is there any end to this? First thing in the morning. The roof was leaking cold air all night, freezing me to death, and now what kind of racket are you making? The bearded man's gaze went straight past director Lin Shu and locked onto the anomaly in midair. When he saw the brand new pink star-studded chimney on his roof, he stood there like a charred log struck by lightning, frozen in place while still holding his coffee mug. Wanda was trembling all over. The crimson light in her eyes began to churn violently. The red alarm on her emotional thermometer was nearing its limit. Subconsciously, she was about to channel her magic to destroy this man along with that embarrassing chimney. A rough hand, wrapped in blood-stained rags, pressed steadily onto her thin shoulder. Count. Have you forgotten the rules I taught you? Director Lin Shu squatted down, looking straight into the girl's panicked eyes, his tone carrying an unquestionable firmness. If you cause trouble, speak up and face it. Ask them what kind of compensation they need. Wanda bit her lip. Under Director Lin Shu's calm gaze, she forced herself to suppress that destructive power that was about to spiral out of control. With red eyes, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, she shrank her neck and took half a step toward the burly, bearded man. I'm sorry. The little girl's voice was as thin as a thread, filled with extreme fear. I accidentally broke your house. And I accidentally made it ugly. If I made you angry, I'll go find you some other bricks. The bearded man's dazed gaze moved with difficulty from the pink chimney, down to the little girl standing before him, tears streaming down her face. The air was deathly silent for a full 10 seconds. Ugly. You call this thing ugly? The man suddenly let out a deafening roar. Wanda squeezed her eyes shut in fright, bracing herself for a beating. Only a clang was heard as the man threw the coffee cup in his hand directly onto the muddy ground of the yard. The burly man with a face full of flesh took a few steps down the stairs and slapped his thigh hard, his expression excited to the point of distortion. My God! This is a hell of a masterpiece. The man shouted in a raspy voice, pointing at the pink chimney and laughing loudly. My broken brick chimney that leaked smoke and water had been blocked and unusable since last month. Not only did you seal it up completely, but you even added such a flashy color. He sniffed hard, looking exceptionally excited. My little daughter, who just started kindergarten, cries and screams every day wanting me to buy her a magic cabin from Fairytale Town. Now, this is great. With this ring of yellow stars, this little ancestor can brag in front of those brats next door for a whole month. Those poor fools will definitely be so envious their eyes will bleed. The man walked forward without hesitation and gave Wanda a thumbs up with a thumb stained with machine oil. Little girl, that's some real craftsmanship. You even saved me the cost of paint. Thank you so much. The man's rough and straightforward laughter echoed through the cold street. Wanda was completely stunned. The verbal abuse, stun guns, and anti-riot shields she had anticipated never appeared. Instead, there was just the unbridled laughter of an ordinary citizen who had saved on repair costs. It was the first time someone had looked directly at her masterpiece and sincerely said, "Thank you." This warmth was like a heavy hammer, smashing through the last bit of ice in the girl's heart called fear. Wanda blinked her clear, greenish eyes and broke into a smile through her tears. That ridiculous pink chimney looked so dazzling under the morning sun. Director Lin Shu straightened up, put his hands back into his coat pockets, and a smile flashed briefly in his eyes. This kind of feedback from the bottom of society, devoid of schemes and calculations, is always the sharpest weapon for dealing with unloved cubs. After a brief farewell to the neighbor, the two returned along the dilapidated street the way they came. When they reached the entrance of the orphanage, the cool morning breeze made the weeds rustle. A warm and secure atmosphere had just begun to unfold between this pair of father and daughter. But from mid-air came a harsh, grating sound of airflow. Homelander, wearing a stars and stripes cape, landed steadily on top of the stone pillar directly above the iron gate. His face was frosty, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. He looked down coldly at the two who had just completed their great good deed, his tone so hard it felt like it could smash a hole in the air. That stupid pink monster is an eyesore. Homelander tilted his chin high and threw out a cold, emotionless remark. This useless slug was noisy all night yesterday. This is my territory, and I want to change rooms. Make her sleep in the underground room. Let her go sleep in the underground room. Homelander's cold voice, filled with intense disgust, echoed above the rusted iron gate. He lightly tapped his toe against a chipped stone pillar, his stars and stripes cape snapping in the morning breeze, his gaze fixed on Wanda with an air of condescending rejection. Wanda's small face, which had just warmed up from a simple, "thank you," instantly flushed bright red. She clutched the hem of her coat tightly with both small hands, shrinking back half an inch behind Director Lin Shu. The underground room is where we keep moldy old ledgers, Director Lin Shu said, pushing open the broken iron gate without even lifting his eyelids. He strode into the yard, adding, "If you think the air on the second floor is bad, go move down there and keep the rats company yourself." Like a stray cat that had just had its tail stepped on, Homelander descended from the stone pillar with a roar of air currents. He followed closely behind the two as they crossed the front yard and stepped onto the wooden staircase leading to the second floor hallway. The dilapidated wooden floorboards of the staircase let out a strained sound of protest. "Why should I be the one to move?" Homelander hovered in midair, blocking the entrance to Wanda's guest room. "It's clearly this stupid slug who was wailing in the middle of the night. Having those disgusting nightmares all night long, crying like a stray dog thrown into a sewer." Wanda's body shuddered violently, and mist quickly welled up in her green eyes. "Do you think you're so amazing just because you fixed a roof?" Homelander's words came fast, each one cutting like a knife into the girl's most fragile nerves. "What can those useless hands of yours do besides shoot red light and cause destruction? You only create a mess, then pathetically let others bleed to clean up after you. You're nothing but a breathing jinx." The words were vicious, hitting the deepest point of guilt in Wanda's heart with precision. The image of Director Lin Shu bleeding because of her the night before flashed frantically in her mind. Director Lin Shu's eyes turned cold, and just as he was about to reprimand the brat who had crossed the line, the temperature in the air spiked suddenly. "I didn't cause any destruction." Wanda stepped out from behind Director Lin Shu and lifted her tear-stained face. Extreme grievance and anger broke through her emotional threshold, and dark red chaos magic energy gushed from her fingertips like a bursting dam, completely out of control. "You're a big villain with a mouth full of filth. I hate you." Wanda let out a roar mixed with sobs and waved her small hands wildly in front of her. The thick crimson light exploded in the dim second-floor hallway. Before Director Lin Shu even had a chance to intervene, it unreasonably wrapped around Homelander in midair, tightly enclosing him. Homelander, whose eyes had just begun to brew his retaliatory red laser, hadn't even managed to curse a complete sentence before he realized with horror that the distorted power, which defied all physical laws, had forcibly stripped away his gravity and skeletal structure. Plop! A very faint sound of something hitting the ground echoed. The hallway was empty, and even the slightest pressure of supernatural power had vanished without a trace. The comical, shrunken version of the Stars and Stripes cape fluttered down onto the dusty wooden floor. The edge of the cape twitched twice, and then a small, furry head with pure golden hair poked out. Two soft, floppy long ears hung on either side of its head. It was a golden retriever puppy, barely a month old, struggling to even stand steady. The air was deathly silent. The little golden retriever stared with its big, ice-blue dog eyes, clearly unaware of the disaster that had befallen it. It habitually tried to lift its chin to sneer, but the sound that came out was completely off-key. Woof! A pure, sweet dog bark that made one's scalp tingle echoed through the hallway. The little golden retriever froze completely. It looked down in horror. The hands that were once capable of tearing through tanks had turned into two furry, fleshy paws, and there was even a little short tail behind its butt that was wagging back and forth, completely beyond its brain's control. Woof. Woof woof woof. The little golden retriever jumped up like a madman. It wanted to use its prized high-temperature laser to burn the girl in front of it to ashes, its eyes widening with all its might. But apart from squeezing out a line of tears, not even a spark appeared. It tried to fly, but its hind legs slipped suddenly, and its chubby body rolled twice on the dusty floor, flipping over until its belly was facing the sky. Homelander was so angry he could have exploded on the spot. He flailed his four short, thick legs desperately, his dog paws scratching frantically against the floor with a rapid scratch, scratch sound, trying to charge at Wanda. But that staggering gait, combined with the mini cape dragging on the floor and tripping him up, had no lethality at all, it was just comical. Wanda opened her mouth, forgetting even to wipe her tears, and stared blankly at the furious chubby golden retriever on the floor. The chaos magic aura around her dissipated completely. Director Lin Shu turned his back. His shoulders began to heave violently, his right hand gripping the fabric of his coat tightly, his teeth nearly biting through his lower lip. He took deep breaths in his heart, forcibly suppressing the burst of laughter that was about to erupt from his throat. In this extremely brutal world of US comics, seeing the high and mighty Homelander cub turn into a dog cub rolling on the floor was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime, absurd sight. Seeing director Lin Shu with his back turned, the little golden retriever immediately changed targets, biting onto director Lin Shu's pant leg and tugging desperately. Unfortunately, its newly grown baby teeth couldn't even bite through the fibers of the low-quality fabric. Director Lin Shu took a deep breath and finally forced his features into a cold, serious expression. He turned around, bent down, and grabbed the little golden retriever by the scruff of its neck with his uninjured left hand. The little golden retriever's four legs dangled in the air, and it let out a whimper of humiliation. Everyone, get downstairs to the first-floor living room. Carrying the fluffy, heavy object in his hand, Director Lin Shu tossed this sentence to Wanda, who was still standing there stunned, and walked straight downstairs. In the dilapidated living room on the first floor, which was being used as a temporary isolation area, cold wind seeped in through the cracks in the walls. Director Lin Shu placed Homelander in the center of the chipped coffee table. Homelander still wanted to show his might, but Director Lin Shu simply pressed a finger onto the little golden retriever's head, pinning it firmly in place. No matter how it bared its teeth and twisted its body, it couldn't break free from the pressure of that finger. Be quiet. If you don't want me to tie your dog mouth shut with hemp rope, keep your tail tucked. Director Lin Shu stared coldly into those blue dog eyes. Hearing this, the wild rage in the little golden retriever's eyes gradually turned into extreme frustration. It finally realized that it didn't even have the capital to resist right now, so it had to tuck its tail. Its four legs splayed limply on the coffee table, letting out a low, unwilling growl. Director Lin Shu looked up at Wanda, who was standing a few steps away, twisting her fingers. What is the first house rule? Director Lin Shu's voice was steady and stern, leaving no room for negotiation. Do not harm family, Wanda said, her head bowed, her voice barely audible. Just now, when you threw that ball of red light, if it hadn't distorted reality but instead sliced off his neck, how were you planning to deal with the aftermath? Director Lin Shu tapped the edge of the coffee table. I didn't mean to kill him, his insults were too nasty. Wanda pouted aggrievedly. It is his fault for being verbally abusive, but that can never be an excuse for you to use lethal abilities to vent your emotions, Director Lin Shu corrected her unceremoniously. Today you turned him into a dog. Tomorrow, if you're unhappy, do you plan to turn everyone on the street into pork chops? If you can only use magic to retaliate against words, then how are you any different from this thug who only knows how to shoot lasers? Wanda lowered her eyes in shame. She stepped forward, a faint red light flickering at her fingertips as she tried to dispel the magic, only to find that the energy was like a kite with a broken string, completely unable to be reorganized. It lasts for 2 hours. When the time is up, the magic will naturally fade and be undone. Director Lin Shu saw through her embarrassment at a glance. Subsequently, Director Lin Shu's gaze fell back onto the little golden retriever on the table, which looked full of grievance. Have you experienced the feeling of being weak and powerless? The little golden retriever stiffened its neck and turned its head away, completely refusing to meet Director Lin Shu's eyes. You think you're strong, so you take it for granted that you can use your mouth to wantonly mock those who are inferior to you. Director Lin Shu released the finger he had been pressing on the dog's head. You called her a jinx. But just now, that jinx you looked down upon turned you into a pet that can't even stand steadily, without letting you touch a single finger of hers. The little golden retriever's ears drooped in dejection. At this moment, having lost the protection of all its superpowers, it felt for the first time the fear and despair that ordinary, bottom-tier creatures face when confronted with overwhelming power from above. This deep sense of frustration was more painful than taking a few heavy punches. Both of you have crossed the red line of the house rules today. One couldn't control their vicious mouth, and the other couldn't control their temperamental magic. Director Lin Shu straightened up, his cold, hard gaze sweeping over the two. If you make a mistake, you must pay the price. He pointed out the window to the abandoned backyard, which was overgrown with weeds and piled with rubble. Starting today, the two of you are a team. You will clear out all that junk and trash in the backyard with your bare hands. 2 hours later, a subtle ripple of energy dispersed throughout the living room. The little golden retriever's short tail, which had been wagging erratically, suddenly vanished. Homelander finally transformed back from that humiliating animal form into a blonde-haired boy wearing a stars and stripes cape. As soon as he recovered, he didn't even pause for half a second, turning directly into a red and blue blur as he rushed toward the backyard. His fair, tender little face was as dark as ink, and a low, suppressed growl of extreme anger rumbled in his throat. He swore to burn all the trash in the yard to ashes, using it to wash away the great humiliation of having turned into a dog. A cold wind blew through the long abandoned backyard. The weeds here grew as tall as a person, and piles of rusted tin cans, scrapped tractor parts, and blackened, rotting wood formed mountains, emitting a pungent, musty, sour odor. Director Lin Shu sat on the steps of the backyard veranda, holding a cup of freshly brewed, low-quality black tea. Wanda stood to the side, trembling as she clutched a broken bamboo broom that was taller than she was. Get to work. Director Lin Shu blew the tea leaves off the surface of the water, not even looking directly at Homelander, who was filled with murderous intent in midair. If you don't clean up all this trash, nobody is going back inside to sleep. You want me, the dignified Homelander, to pick up trash. Homelander's eyes widened, the capillaries around his eye sockets bulging. I can vaporize this whole place with just one look. There's no need to use my hands at all. And what happens after you vaporize it? Director Lin Shu took a sip of tea, his tone devoid of any ripples. There are some old water pipes buried underneath. If you glare at them, the pipes will burst. Nobody in the compound will have a drop of clean water to drink tonight. If you dare to set a fire, the paint on the walls of the main building will be scorched off too. He looked up at Homelander, his gaze extremely cold and stern. Use your hands. Can't you understand human speech? Homelander gritted his back teeth until they clicked. But when he saw the rough bandage wrapped around Director Lin Shu's right hand, still seeping with blood, the image of this man risking his life to protect them last night flashed through his mind, and the rage that was about to erupt was abruptly cut short. He landed on the ground with extreme grievance, his toes hovering half an inch above the surface, unwilling to step into the sticky, slimy mud at all. Wanda kept her head down, dragging the heavy broom to the corner. She swung the bamboo pole with difficulty, gathering the rotten leaves stuck to the concrete floor bit by bit. Her movements were clumsy, and her speed was extremely slow. Homelander rolled his eyes at the sight. Truly a useless idiot. Homelander mocked ruthlessly. Slow as a snail carrying its shell. At your rate of sweeping, you won't even finish half the yard by daybreak next year. Wanda's fingers gripping the broom turned slightly white, and she turned her head to glare fiercely at Homelander. Mind your own business. I'm only sweeping my side. Open your eyes and watch how a strong person solves this kind of moronic problem. Homelander lifted his chin with a face full of arrogance. He planned to use his speed to instantly finish this unskilled manual labor, completely proving his superiority to these two. A piercing sonic boom suddenly exploded in the yard. Homelander utilized super speed that far exceeded human limits. He transformed into a violent, miniature hurricane, spiraling at high speed along the base of the backyard wall. The intense airflow dragged everything on the ground. Piles of dead leaves, plastic bags, and empty bottles were all swept into midair by this wind force. Mission accomplished. Just blow everything outside the wall and it's done. Homelander boasted loudly from the center of the storm. The wind direction shifted abruptly. He had miscalculated the height of the backyard wall and the wind resistance feedback. The filth that had been swept into the sky did not fly over the wall. As the cyclone weakened, the sky full of trash fell down like a foul-smelling rainstorm, crashing down on their heads. A large patch of stinking leaves mixed with mud landed with a splat right on Wanda's neatly combed hair. More blackened dust and sand rushed directly toward the veranda steps with the wind. Director Lin Shu was quick-eyed and nimble, turning his body to block his black teacup with his coat, but a thick layer of white dust still settled on his shoulders. You big idiot. Wanda tore the rotten leaves off her head, her clear eyes tinged with obvious annoyance. With a flick of her fingertips, two streams of crimson chaos magic energy shot out like agile vines. The red light tightly bound the broken wooden boards still falling in midair, and then, following the girl's mental guidance, threw them all fiercely at Homelander's head like beanbags. Homelander raised his hand in a high-speed block, smashing the incoming rotten wood to pieces. Wood chips scattered everywhere. How dare you throw things at me? You slug that deserves to be thrown into the sewer. Homelander turned into a blur again, whipping up an even more violent gale. Wanda did not show weakness, holding a red light shield in front of her to deflect all the flying filth. The narrow backyard turned into a coliseum for the two to throw trash at each other in the blink of an eye. The broom was snapped in two, tin cans flew everywhere, and the scene was chaotic to the extreme. Bang! The sound of a teacup being slammed onto the stone steps interrupted this farce. Director Lin Shu stood up and brushed the dust off his shoulders. The kitchen just stewed a big pot of carrots and beef, with thick chunks of meat. The aroma should be drifting out soon. Director Lin Shu's tone was flat, his gaze sweeping over the two with extreme danger. If the yard isn't finished, the food goes into the sewer, and you two will starve together tonight. This is the final bottom line. After speaking, Director Lin Shu pushed open the back door and walked into the house, leaving them with an absolutely ruthless back view. The air instantly became so quiet that only the rustling sound of wind blowing through withered grass could be heard. Homelander landed on the ground, his stomach letting out a clear, rumbling protest quite uncooperatively. He scratched his hair in extreme irritability. For the sake of his fool pride, he didn't want to pick up trash, but the allure of that pot of beef stew was truly lethal. Wanda also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She brushed the mud off her body, picked up the broken half of the broom without a word, and with red-rimmed eyes, began to clean her designated area again. Homelander stared at the yard full of waste, which was 3 times more cluttered than before, and gritted his teeth viciously. For the sake of food, he had to compromise. But even if he had to work, he would show off his strength. Homelander strode to the center of the yard, in front of a rusted, scrapped twin-tub washing machine weighing over 400 pounds. He hooked his hand around the edge of the base and lifted it over his head without any effort. This heavy object, which would be terrifying to an ordinary person, was like a piece of hollow foam in his hands. With a cold face, he walked to the waste disposal area and tossed it casually. With a loud thud, the washing machine landed steadily in the corner. After clearing away the giant obstacle, a large area of pitted dead corners filled with black sewage and broken glass was revealed on the ground. These tiny, dirty things were extremely difficult to clean. Homelander frowned, just about to turn around to move the next piece of scrap metal. A hint of dark red light grazed past his feet. Wanda did not approach, but stood far away on the other side, stretching out one finger and gesturing lightly. The chaos magic turned into fine, dense light spots, peeling the entire patch of sewage and broken glass shards from the ground, then twisting them into a turbid sphere in midair, which she accurately tossed into a nearby dry trash can. The originally disgusting, pitted ground was left completely clean, without even a single drop of water residue. Homelander glanced at her slightly. His strength, which he was so proud of, was only suitable for dealing with large obstacles. He was always helpless when encountering this kind of trivial, disgusting trouble. This girl who only knew how to cry, her strange red light was actually extremely handy for cleaning up the mess. Wanda stole a glance at him. She also knew deeply that if this arrogant boy hadn't thrown away those hundreds of pounds of iron, she would have had to exhaust all her energy just relying on her weak magic to move them. Neither of them spoke to each other, but the actions that had originally been hindering one another strangely quieted down. One was in front, violently pulling up giant wood and throwing away broken iron cabinets. The other followed closely behind, using magic to separate sewage and debris, and smoothing out the pits. The sun gradually slanted westward, and the orange-red afterglow spilled into the backyard. The mountain of trash that had been difficult to even step into was actually cleared out, revealing a large, flat concrete surface, thanks to the silent, relay-like cooperation of the two super-powered toddlers. The cleaning front advanced deep into the yard, until it reached the area of the abandoned tool shed where the weeds grew the most lushly. This place was in the shade all year round, and the temperature was a few degrees colder than outside. Outside the tool shed, there were 3 huge, old, solid wooden crates stacked side by side. The wood was severely damp and rotten, covered with black-purple poisonous mushrooms on the surface, emitting a nauseating, damp, and cold musty odor. Homelander extremely loathed this musty smell. He covered his nose, not bothering to distinguish the structure of the wooden crates, and delivered a violent kick with his short little leg. Amid a huge, muffled sound, the 2 outermost rotten wooden crates were kicked directly into a pile of debris. The remaining main wooden crate, which was embedded in the corner and had the largest volume, did not budge. Move aside, don't block the way. Homelander pushed away Wanda, who was preparing to step forward to use magic, and dug his 2 hands tightly into the damp, soft-edged crevices of the solid wooden crate. He exerted force with his lower legs and yanked his arms backward violently. Creak. A tooth-achingly harsh sound of metal friction scraped across their eardrums. The heavy wooden crate was forcibly ripped out from the base of the wall and thrown heavily into the grass. A gust of chilly, cold wind rushed out from the darkness behind the wooden crate, making both of them shiver simultaneously. Homelander brushed the wood splinters from his palms and looked up nonchalantly, his pupils suddenly constricting. On this wall that had been blocked by the wooden crate, what was embedded wasn't the sheet metal of a tool shed at all, but a steel anti-theft door to an underground room that was extremely heavy and thick. The 4 corners of the iron door were all tightly wrapped and locked by rusted iron chains as thick as a baby's arm. The gray door panel was covered with streaks of struggle marks that had completely dried and turned black. Those were bloodstains that had been gouged out by fingernails. The vibration of the heavy wooden crate caused a chain reaction. From the wide, rusted gap at the bottom of the iron door, a black leather-bound notebook with loose threads fluttered out. With a soft tap, the notebook fell onto the dusty ground, and its yellowed, fragile pages opened. Wanda's face turned deathly pale, and she cautiously leaned forward. The pages were filled with densely packed text. At the top title section, the former dean's autograph was written in scarlet ink, and the subtitle that followed was exceptionally glaring. Subject No. 13 Ultra-Hazardous Species Extraction Experiment Record, Injection Day. Experiment Record of Species No. 13, Super Dangerous Category. Wanda's pale, shriveled lips trembled slightly, her emerald green eyes locked tightly onto the yellowing black-covered notebook on the floor. Extreme fear, like cold seawater, crept up her spine from the soles of her feet. Homelander had originally been brushing the wooden splinters off his hands, but upon hearing the girl's whisper, his brows furrowed sharply. He pushed Wanda aside without ceremony, crushed the remaining poisonous mushroom nearby with one foot, and looked down at the notebook that had fallen out from the crack in the door. Those old things dare to call us a species. Homelander's youthful face was covered in a layer of vicious gloom. Steady footsteps came from behind the two of them. Director Lin Shu stepped over the mud and withered grass covering the ground. He didn't say a word of nonsense, leaned down, picked up the thick black-covered notebook with his uninjured left hand, and casually brushed the dust off its surface. The four rusted iron chains wrapped in dead knots on the iron door emitted a foul, bloody stench. The gray steel plate was seamless, making it impossible to tell how much space was hidden inside. Homelander had long since found this obstructing door an eyesore. He didn't wait for Director Lin Shu's order. His fair, small hand directly gripped the refined iron chain, which was as thick as an adult's wrist. Snap! A harsh sound of metal snapping echoed through the backyard. The thick iron chain, strong enough to lock up an adult elephant, was snapped apart by Homelander with brute force and no technique whatsoever. The broken piece of iron slammed heavily into the puddle of sewage on the ground. The iron door was pulled outward amidst a harsh, grinding sound. A cold, musty odor that had been sealed for months, mixed with the pungent smell of chemical preservatives, rushed toward them. Director Lin Shu frowned and took a lighter out of his pocket to ignite it. The faint, dim light could barely illuminate the narrow concrete steps leading underground. The three of them walked down the steps, their leather shoes making sticky echoes as they stepped on the waterlogged ground. The space at the end opened up suddenly. The furnishings here had nothing to do with a warehouse for storing miscellaneous items. The surrounding walls were embedded with blackened, high-density soundproofing foam. In the very center lay a 10-centimeter thick piece of one-way bulletproof glass. Behind the glass was a cold, special alloy operating table. Hanging from the corners of the bed were several black high-pressure leather restraint straps used to secure limbs, the edges of the straps still stained with large, completely dried brown blood spots. On the stainless steel tray on the cart nearby lay scattered barbed electric shock patches and thick, long syringes. The air here had frozen. The moment Wanda saw the operating table, she was struck as if by lightning, trembling violently. Dark red chaotic magical energy spilled unconsciously from her fingertips. The furnishings here were even cruder and more cruel than the Hydra base she had experienced. Even Homelander's breathing stalled significantly. He stared fixedly at the restraint bed, the violence and arrogance in his eyes forcibly suppressed by a bone-deep, conditioned defense mechanism. This place was by no means a charitable orphanage for housing homeless children. It was entirely an underground observation field designed to deceive people. Director Lin Shu stood in front of the bulletproof glass and brought the lighter close to the thick black-covered record book in his hand. Opening the cover, by the weak light source, the rough pages were filled with dense small text and line graphs written in black fountain pen. As the pages rustled, the coldness in Director Lin Shu's eyes grew heavier. Homelander hovered half an inch off the ground and forced his head next to Director Lin Shu's arm. Relying on his supervision, he scanned the letters on the page at a glance. Codename: Zero Blonde Derivative. Observation status: Day 32 of entering this facility. Physical rating: S+. Pain resistance: Super dangerous level. Emotional threshold: extremely unstable, suffers from severe separation anxiety. Disposal suggestion: target is highly prone to indiscriminate destruction. If conventional emotional domestication fails, before reaching the critical point of loss of control, use the backup plan to sever its bilateral optic nerve cortex, thereby abolishing the high-risk heat vision ability. Remarks: the target's flesh and blood have extremely high recycling value and belong to the high-quality defective spare parts library. Those rows of cold, handwritten characters were like sharp steel nails, cruelly piercing through the shell of arrogance that Homelander had long relied on for survival. Defective spare parts. Dig out the eyes. Homelander's voice completely changed in tone. He clenched his fists, which even bullets couldn't penetrate, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Those my lords in white coats always called him the perfect god with fearful faces, yet behind his back, they had long since written up backup plans in their drawers on how to chop him into pieces. His pride-filled power was merely priced here as usable chunks of living flesh. Extreme humiliation and unconcealable panic tightly constricted his throat. The air around Homelander began to distort severely due to high pressure and high temperature, and the glass in the entire underground room emitted a dangerous resonant hum. Director Lin Shu's left hand was as steady as a rock, turning the page without hesitation. Test subject No. 9. Crimson derivative. These words fell into Wanda's eyes. The little girl bit her pale lips tightly, but her gaze could not move away. Test record. The strength of the target's ability is positively correlated with negative mental states. Pacification and gentle intervention will lead to a significant decrease in energy output. Optimization plan. Conventional light sources and heating facilities have been cut off. It is recommended to perform low-frequency electromagnetic noise intervention every midnight to amplify the target's fear during light sleep. Only extreme nightmares and pain can effectively extract its red high-risk threshold. It is an excellent disposable consumable weapon. Wanda's legs suddenly went weak, and she fell straight to her knees on the cold, dirty concrete floor. Dark red magical energy wrapped around her slender arms like tangible chains. Tears fell into the puddle like broken beads. She finally understood. For the past few months, every deep night, she would hear those weird, skin-peeling and bone-scraping screams in the darkness, and every time, she would wake up in hallucinations of being burned by fire. She thought it was her own uncontrollable madness. It turned out that it was all a customized method to squeeze out her power. They have been lying to me. We have always been treated like lab rats. Wanda buried her head in her knees and sobbed uncontrollably. Someone here will also tie us to that bed to draw blood. I shouldn't have come here. Homelander's chest heaved violently. He raised his head viciously, terrifying bright red light glowing around his eye sockets, staring fixedly at the bulletproof glass. He wanted to vent. He wanted to destroy this disgusting cage that carried dark lies. Bang! Director Lin Shu exerted force with his left arm, slamming the thick black-covered notebook shut. The dull sound seemed abrupt in the underground room, forcibly interrupting the emotional fermentation of the two who were on the verge of a breakdown. Scared, Director Lin Shu tucked the notebook under his arm. The blood seeping from the wound on his right arm was particularly glaring in the dim light, discovering that you've been treated as backup living meat specimens, so you feel like the sky is falling. Homelander turned his head sharply, his eyes staring at Director Lin Shu with a murderous glare. You are a watchdog too. You are all playing me. Director Lin Shu didn't step back even half a step. He walked forward against the deadly high temperature, knelt on one knee, and looked directly at the two little monsters who were trembling violently. Open your eyes and see the environment clearly. Director Lin Shu's tone remained tough and extremely cold. The records were left last month, and there's such thick dust on them. The old things who wrote these bullshit reports have long since run away without a trace. He reached out his left hand and gripped Homelander's tense shoulder unquestioningly. No matter if you were treated as spare parts or disposable consumable weapons outside. Since you have stepped through my door, those disgusting titles are all useless. Here, there is only the new dean, and those 3 house rules that must be followed. Director Lin Shu's deep eyes reflected the faint light of the lighter, as steady as an anchor. There is plenty of time to slowly investigate the truth. As for who wants to put you on the operating table, I will uncover their entire background. Director Lin Shu patted Homelander on the head unceremoniously, but the most important thing for you at this stage is to put away that pathetic, paranoid look. He looked at Wanda, who was sitting slumped on the ground. You don't need to have anything squeezed out of you anymore. I promise, starting tonight, there won't be any messy noise forcing you to have nightmares. You are not lab rats in anyone's hands, just family living under this roof. A heavy sense of security was like a tangible layer of insulation, domineeringly cutting off the biting cold of the underground room. The highly destructive high temperature around Homelander's shoulders finally gradually cooled down. He awkwardly shook off Director Lin Shu's hand, turned his head, and snorted coldly, refusing to admit it, though he quietly wiped away a trace of moisture from the corner of his eye. Wanda also stopped crying, raised her reddened eyes, and gripped the corner of Director Lin Shu's dust-covered coat tightly. The oppressive and panic-stricken atmosphere was finally firmly contained. Director Lin Shu had just let out a long breath of foul air in his heart. Before he could even straighten his body, the system interface deep in his mind exploded with an unprecedented scarlet light screen without warning. Sharp, urgent electronic alarm sounds frantically slammed against Director Lin Shu's meninges. Warning. Severe alert level. Life fluctuation monitoring abnormal. System locked onto a third-party lifeform signal. The third super dangerous extraordinary cub has broken into the city's airspace. The target is conducting a physical penetration at a supersonic speed of Mach 2, with only 30 seconds left until contact with the orphanage's primary defensive barrier. Only 30 seconds left until the orphanage's primary defensive barrier is deactivated. Deep within his retinas, a scarlet warning screen flashed wildly. Director Lin Shu's pupils contracted rapidly. Back to the surface. Hurry. Director Lin Shu tucked the dusty, black leather experimental logbook under his arm. He didn't have time to explain, issuing an unquestionable, absolute order to the stunned Homelander and Wanda. The three of them rushed out of the underground room, their hurried footsteps echoing against the cold concrete stairs. Outside, the night sky had already been torn apart by a terrifying force. A teeth-gritting, sharp sonic boom rolled over the thick clouds. A gust of wind, mixed with a pungent, burnt smell, swept along the street. Boom. Outside the main gate of the orphanage, the invisible primary defensive barrier suddenly erupted with a ring of blindingly bright, water blue light. A silvery white afterimage, moving at a speed that completely defied physical laws, slammed hard against the invisible barrier. Because there was no active killing intent, the barrier merely deflected the terrifying kinetic impact. Ouch! My nose! A crisp, exasperated scream pierced the night sky. The silver afterimage was sent spinning 7 or 8 times in midair by the water blue ripples. Finally, it landed in a completely undignified and comical posture on the muddy ground outside the iron gate. The immense inertia even caused him to plow a half-meter deep trench of muddy water along the ground. The disheveled, mud-covered teenager climbed out of the pile of mud. He had a mop of silver-white short hair as messy as a bird's nest and was wearing an ill-fitting, tattered hoodie, complaining loudly while rubbing his reddened nasal bone. Before Director Lin Shu could figure out what this hypersonic projectile was, a pitch-black, heavy-duty tactical armored SUV screeched to a halt by the roadside with a deafening sound. The heavy door was violently pushed open. 2 agents in black suits, wearing the peripheral logistics insignia of the Avengers, scrambled out of the car. They didn't even bother to draw their guns for protection, their hands tightly clutching large handfuls of scattered, oil-stained receipts. Dean Lin Shu, right. The lead agent shoved the thick stack of documents over the rusty iron fence and into Director Lin Shu's arms. This battle-hardened logistics elite was panting for breath, his face a mask of total collapse. An emergency mandatory foster order from above. This lawless little beast belongs to you now. The agent clutched his cramping stomach and shouted, pointing at the silver-haired teenager in the muddy water. Director Lin Shu shook open the top paper, which was stained with oil spots. All he saw were large and small red letters regarding restaurant compensation claims. Theft compensation claims from multiple pizza shops across the city. Director Lin Shu's brows knitted tightly together. 103 extra-large cheese pizzas. The agent's shrill voice was filled with despair. He has a hellish, super-high metabolism. This fool completely ransacked the kitchens of half the pizza shops in Queens, not even sparing the crumbs at the bottom of their ovens. We chased him for 2 whole days and nights. The team's compensation budget has been completely maxed out. The silver-haired teenager named Tommy brushed the mud spots off his pant legs and rolled his eyes with extreme disdain. Hey, Mr. in Black, talking nonsense like that is pointless. I didn't even get half full, okay. Tommy's mouth was like a semi-automatic rifle loaded with bullets. You turtles chasing me behind consume too many of my calories. By the way, the pizza oven at Old Joe's place at the East Street intersection has a new flavor. Before he could finish speaking, Tommy completely ignored the armed agents. His figure flickered violently. He successfully slipped through a gap in the barrier that didn't intercept internal personnel. Director Lin Shu only felt a flash of white light before his uninjured left arm was tightly grabbed by an unreasonable, brute force. The surrounding air twisted into a mass of indistinguishable, streaking colors. Extreme centrifugal force and a sense of weightlessness tore crazily at his internal organs, and the acid in his stomach surged directly up his throat. By the time his feet touched solid ground again, the dilapidated and desolate courtyard was long gone. Director Lin Shu had been forcibly dragged to the lobby of an Italian pizza shop named Old Joe's, 3 blocks away. 2 successive, sharp air explosions sounded in the air behind him. Homelander and Wanda had been chasing him through the air the whole way, landing solidly behind Director Lin Shu. The narrow, crowded pizza shop was now in absolute chaos, like a hornet's nest. 7 or 8 shop owners in greasy aprons had surrounded the remaining agents who were left to handle the aftermath. Waving rolling pins and flying compensation bills covered the bar counter. This is a total disaster. My dough had just flown into the air, and it disappeared along with the plate. Old Joe, with a face full of flab, was pounding the table and accusing them hysterically. A strange whirlwind swept across the table. Tommy's annoying afterimage had already run a full circle around Old Joe's kitchen. By the time he returned to Director Lin Shu's side, he was holding a steaming hot sausage pizza with long, golden strings of cheese. It's because you guys are too slow at cooking. Tommy stuffed the piping hot pizza crust into his mouth frantically. The customers are starving to death and have to do it themselves. You can't even handle the most basic logistics. That's the white-haired thief monster. Old Joe saw the theft process at a glance, pointed at Tommy, and let out a earth-shaking roar. He's robbing us again. The surrounding angry curses poured in like a tsunami. Homelander, standing behind Director Lin Shu, suddenly felt a cruel, high-energy red light emerge around his eye sockets. These low-level insects, smelling of flour, dared to curse at his nominal new home. The noisy disregard for his dignity made the violent factors in his body rush straight to his brain. He prepared to use his heat vision to uproot this noisy, rotten shop. Director Lin Shu endured his dizziness. He reached back and grabbed the hood of Tommy's hoodie, blocking the path of Homelander's attack without hesitation. Sign all the bills for this mess to me. I'm taking him. Director Lin Shu dropped this sentence in a low voice that was loud enough to drown out the noise of the crowd. He then forcibly dragged that monkey who was still desperately licking his fingers, and quickly evacuated from this compensation battlefield that was about to trigger a major war. The scene shifted back rapidly. Cold wind howled in the empty, dilapidated hall of the orphanage. As soon as the door closed, Tommy's ADHD exploded like a wild horse off its leash. His gaze couldn't stay fixed on one spot for even half a second, and he turned directly into a silver whirlwind wreaking havoc in the hall. God, this is basically a garbage dump. I can't even find a leather sofa. The wall plaster is about to fall off and smash our heads. Do you want me to be merciful and scrape it all off for you? Hey, glowing shorty over there, is your cape style some low-quality, circus discount item from centuries ago? The dense barrage of words, mixed with the whistling airflow, crashed around the room. The dust on the hall floor was stirred up by this high-speed gale, blowing Wanda's hair, which she had just painstakingly smoothed out, into a frizzy bird's nest. Homelander hovered in the corner, his toes slightly off the ground. He had been quite angry in the underground room, and had specifically taken out the half piece of apple pie with caramelized edges he hadn't been able to bring himself to finish in the morning from deep in his pocket. He just wanted to soothe his irritability with that warm, rough sweetness. The gale swept past. Homelander only felt his palm become empty without warning. Those ice-blue pupils dilated suddenly. That dessert, which he treasured as a treasure and proof that he had not been abandoned by the world, had completely disappeared without a trace. Under the ruined wall on the other side of the hall, Tommy leaned against a paint-peeling load-bearing pillar. His cheeks were puffed up high, and he was chewing voraciously on the dough he had snatched from Homelander's hand. 2. PTOO, PTOO. Tommy chewed twice before spitting the residue in his mouth viciously onto the muddy floor tiles, his expression twisted in disgust. Can this dry, hard crust even be called a pie? It tastes even more disgusting than the rotten leather boot sole I picked up by the sewer. Is this your dinner? Tommy pointed at the residue on the ground and complained crazily. The temperature in the hall soared at a terrifying speed. Homelander's fair, tender face swelled into a terrifying blood-red color. His eyes were filled with boiling, scalding crimson lasers within a tenth of a second. Being looked down upon by low-level insects could be tolerated, but this silver-haired monkey had smashed the warmth that belonged to his family into the mud and trampled on it. This humiliation struck directly at the heart of Homelander's irritable and arrogant nature. I'm going to cut you into pieces, you fooled trash. I'll roast even your bones into carbon ash. Homelander squeezed a beast-like, desperate roar from his throat. Hiss. 2 bucket-thick beams of high-temperature vision, with the power to cut through all physical obstacles, skimmed over the scarred floor tiles and headed straight for Tommy's landing spot. The extremely cold power suppression, when encountering this gear-shifting machine with ADHD, immediately turned into a futile and absurd house demolition show. Tommy whistled in a very half-hearted manner. His body shifted by a hair's breadth, and the 2 terrifying beams of death light merely grazed his residual visual afterimage, smashing heavily into the wall behind, creating a black hole billowing with thick smoke. Ouch! A high-end flashlight with a built-in ignition function. Tommy jumped to the limit amidst the siege of red light, his mouth still firing on all cylinders without restraint. Your casting wind-up is too long. You have to twitch your face before you glow. If I relied on you to bake pizza, the customers would all starve to death at the counter. Wanda, who had originally been trembling in the corner, watched as Homelander, who was usually lawless and had the attitude of a cold tyrant, was being led around like a stupid dog that could only release wild death rays but had no accuracy. Her crisp laughter could no longer be suppressed. The little girl finally just bent over from laughing, her palms frantically slapping the broken table that was about to fall apart. After dozens of consecutive extreme dodges, Tommy stopped steadily 3 meters to the right of director Lin Shu. He caught his breath slightly. His extremely provocative gaze fell toward the man who had been silent the whole time. In Tommy's past experience of fleeing, whenever he caused trouble and ruined everything, those hypocritical adults would immediately throw out barbed electric containment nets, and then curse him with the filthiest words, calling him a dead freak who should be thrown into an incinerator. He had long been prepared to welcome the next round of expulsion. But this shabbily dressed dean of the orphanage, looking at the scorched marks burned into the hall, not only did not issue an arrest order, but didn't even utter a single angry curse to get out. Director Lin Shu used his left hand to press the thick restaurant bills, which seemed heavy enough to fill a brick, flat. He saw it very clearly. This kid had no malice. The morbid, extreme hunger caused by his overloaded metabolism had destroyed his behavioral logic. Simple violent punishment could not earn his awe. This child was simply severely lacking in the kind of social rule conditioning known as delayed gratification. Director Lin Shu ignored Homelander, who was still gnashing his teeth and ready to carry out a second bombardment at any time. He took out the half pencil in his pocket and wrote a dozen lines of ink on the blank waste paper with a smooth, flowing motion. When Tommy's muscles were tense, thinking it was a death sentence that would send him off to be sliced up. Director Lin Shu took out an errand list and said, "You want to eat pizza? Fine. Finish delivering these first." Director Lin Shu held the scrap of paper covered in handwriting between his knuckles, hovering steadily in midair. A gust of wind violently tore through the air. The scrap paper vanished. Tommy crouched atop a broken load-bearing pillar in the hall, his silver hoodie's hood unable to hide his wild, restless eyes. He merely glanced at the paper with the corner of his eye. Deliver the pizza shop's unpaid bill to the street corner. Buy 2 bottles of fresh milk. And help fat auntie across the street take out her trash. Tommy let out an exaggerated scoff, crumpled the paper into a ball, and shoved it into his pocket. The look he gave Director Lin Shu was filled with the pity one would reserve for an idiot. "Old man, you are insulting my metabolism. 10 seconds, if it takes even a millisecond longer, I've wasted my effort." A sonic boom exploded in the enclosed hall. Not even a blur was left behind. The gale forced out by the compressed air kicked up all the dust in the hall. Homelander remained standing in the corner with a dark face, 2 balls of scorching, high-energy red light dancing dangerously around his eye sockets. His apple pie had been ruined by that silver-haired monkey, and he was seething with nowhere to vent his anger. He kicks up a cloud of dust just by walking. This low-life bug will smash himself into a wall sooner or later. Homelander cursed viciously. Bang! 2 seconds later, the sonic boom returned. Tommy, carrying a strong chill from the supermarket and a few scraps of rotten vegetable leaves from who knows where, stopped steadily in front of Director Lin Shu. He smugly slammed a plastic bag onto the coffee table. 5.7 seconds. The bill is delivered, the milk is bought, and that fool trash can is cleaned out. Now, hand over the cheese pizza from Old Joe's shop immediately. Tommy put one hand on his hip, his chin raised high enough to almost pierce the ceiling. Director Lin Shu didn't even blink. He slowly untied the knot of the plastic bag. Wanda hid behind Director Lin Shu, peeking out with half her head. Director Lin Shu lifted out one of the bottles of milk, which was covered in condensation. He wiped the water droplets off the cap with his thumb and shoved the black ink code directly under Tommy's nose. Production date: the 12th of last month. Director Lin Shu's voice was as cold as iron. Do you want everyone in the orphanage to drink this spoiled swill and then line up to fight over the toilet that doesn't even have a working flush valve? Tommy's smug smile froze instantly. How is that possible? I grabbed it straight from the front of the shelf. Who knew those vampires at the supermarket would put expired goods right at the front? Tommy argued loudly, his face turning bright red. Director Lin Shu continued his audit without mercy. Who did you deliver Old Joe's pizza shop bill to? To the mailbox on the street corner. The red one with the number. That's a fire hydrant box. You threw the IOU into a rusty metal box used for street cleaning. Director Lin Shu's eyes were filled with absolute sternness. Tommy's tongue seemed to tie itself in a knot, and his arrogant bluster was cut in half. Just at this critical moment, outside the broken iron gate of the orphanage, a piercing and shrill woman's cursing erupted. Where did those fools come from? My potatoes that I worked so hard to grow in the yard have all been smashed to pieces by a giant bucket of stinking, rotten fish and shrimp. You hell-bound little brats, get out here. Fat Auntie's roar could be heard from half a street away, enough to make one's eardrums ache. The air was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Homelander suddenly hovered half a meter off the ground, letting out a laugh of extreme, unrestrained mockery. The high metabolism lightning delivery boy. Homelander crossed his arms, his eyes looking as if he were watching a pile of hopeless sludge. You run like a stray dog with its tail stepped on, only to cause a major disaster. Besides wasting oxygen and making noise, you useless idiot of a monkey aren't even fit to take out the trash. Homelander's mockery was like coarse salt sprinkled on a wound. Tommy gritted his teeth, his fists gripping the hem of his hoodie tightly. For a speedster who had survived on the streets and always prided himself on being unrivaled, being completely dismissed to his face was 100 times more humiliating than being beaten with an electric baton. He lifted his head to retort, but the waves of cursing from Fat Auntie outside the door forced his courage back down his throat. Director Lin Shu tossed the expired yogurt milk back into the plastic bag. Making a mess of things isn't what speed is called. Director Lin Shu looked directly into Tommy's shifty eyes. Doing things correctly is the essence of speed. If you do it wrong, even if you can run faster than light, you're just a useless machine that creates trouble. Director Lin Shu pulled open a drawer and slapped a brand new errand list onto the coffee table. For every task perfectly completed, you earn 1 pizza point. If you cause trouble again, tonight's dinner will only be cold water from the tap. Tommy felt like his lungs were about to explode. That errand list printed in red was an utter humiliation to him. But he had absolutely no way out. He couldn't endure the torture of hunger, and he couldn't endure the high and mighty look on that blonde shorty's face. Just you wait. Tommy snatched the list and turned into a blur again, rushing out the door. During this sprint, Tommy felt as if all the blood in his body was being pulled apart as if under torture. When he ran to the freezer at the corner convenience store, he instinctively reached for the box on the very outside. But in his mind, Director Lin Shu's cold, stern expression from just a moment ago and Homelander's vicious insults flashed by. His fingertips stopped dead in midair. The backlash from the high-speed forced brake made his joints ache. He took a deep breath of the chilled air, bent down with extreme impatience, and rummaged through the back row of fresh milk, 1 bottle at a time. Searching for the ink code. Checking the date. This slow, meticulously precise checking action was a living hell of torture for his ADHD-ridden nerves. He kept shaking his legs, biting his lips in anxiety, and suppressing the urge to overturn the freezer with all his might. Confirmed the date was correct, checked out. He then arrived outside Fat Auntie's yard. Tommy looked at the stinking, rotten fish and vegetable leaves scattered all over the ground and frowned in disgust. He didn't use a gale to sweep everything away again, but instead, with great patience, put on plastic gloves, endured the nauseating smell, and gathered all the trash he had messed up bit by bit, placing it securely into the recycling bin at the end of the street. Half an hour later, the heavy, broken wooden door of the orphanage was pushed open. It didn't trigger any sonic boom. Tommy walked into the hall, panting and drenched in sweat. He walked heavily toward the broken coffee table and placed a bag of fresh milk and an IOU stamped with Old Joe's red receipt seal neatly in front of Director Lin Shu. Old Joe confirmed he received it, and that full trash can is scrubbed clean. Tommy lowered his eyes, his voice revealing a trace of imperceptible weakness and trepidation. Director Lin Shu picked up the cold bottle of fresh milk with his left hand and checked Old Joe's seal again. Flawless from start to finish. Well done. Director Lin Shu flipped the list over and drew a heavy, perfect checkmark with a pencil. You've proven that your speed can be used not only for running away but also for precise completion. Tommy snapped his head up, his tired eyes bursting with a startling light. In the past dozen years of his life, he had never received any affirmation for doing such boring, trivial chores for others. The sense of grounded accomplishment from doing one thing right was actually more novel to him than robbing a pizza shop. Points full. Director Lin Shu casually took a steaming tin foil box out of a broken cardboard box. The cheese pizza IOU. Fresh out of Old Joe's oven. Tommy cheered and lunged at the oily, glistening piece of dough. Wanda clapped softly on the side. Homelander rolled his eyes very reluctantly, snorted coldly, and turned his head away, pretending not to care about the food at all. The tense, anxious atmosphere that had filled the dilapidated orphanage all day finally began to dissolve in the rich, fragrant aroma of cheese. Knock, knock, knock. A rush of hurried, chaotic knocking rudely interrupted the rare moment of peace. Accompanying the pounding on the door was the raspy, trembling voice of Grandma Black, thick with heavy sobbing. Dean, please, help me. My little fur ball is missing. Director Lin Shu yanked open the dilapidated wooden door that was on the verge of falling apart. Grandma Black was wearing thin pajamas, her entire body trembling in the cold wind like a fallen leaf. Her wrinkled hands tightly gripped Director Lin Shu's sleeve. Director Lin, please, help me. My little Maokyu is missing. That's an old cat that has been with me for 10 years. It must have been scared off by the big commotion on the street just now. In such cold weather, it won't survive the night out there. The old woman's voice was hoarse and filled with a desperate, crying tone. The atmosphere in the hall was abruptly shattered by this cry for help. Tommy was squatting beside the coffee table, clutching the last half of a greasy cheese pizza. Hearing the commotion outside the door, he rolled his eyes with extreme disdain. Making such a fuss in the middle of the night just to find some lousy cat. Even if I ran across the entire Queens right now, it would waste the 800 calories I just replenished. Tommy took a big bite of the pizza crust, chewing loudly. Old lady, I advise you to go back to sleep early. Homelander hovered in midair, watching this scene coldly, his eyes filled with disgust and mockery. In his view, such appeals for help from the weak were completely meaningless. Director Lin Shu instinctively pulled the unopened half-box of pizza into the crook of his arm. He stared at Tommy, who was still smacking his lips, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Don't be in such a rush to burn off those calories you just ate. Go find the cat. Why should I? Tommy jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Because the remaining half-box of pizza is still in my hands. Director Lin Shu pointed at the box with his left hand. Find the cat, and the rest is all yours. If you can't find it, this box of pizza goes to feed the stray dogs at the door tonight. Tommy's Adam's apple bobbed violently. The extreme hunger that could drive him mad was simply impossible to resist. Your capitalist behavior is truly disgusting. Tommy made an extremely irritable clicking sound with his tongue. He instantly transformed into a silver airflow that ravaged the hall, violently slamming open the door frame as he rushed out. The cold wind in the community alleyways at dawn was bone-chilling. Tommy turned into an afterimage barely visible to the naked eye, rushing headlong through the intricate street corners. All he could think about was quickly finishing this errand and returning to eat that piping hot cheese. A few minutes later, he returned to the main street in front of the orphanage, empty-handed. He stopped in the shadow of a street lamp, preparing to change his route. However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the orphanage's dilapidated steps. Grandma Black hadn't gone home to wait for news. She was hunched over, sitting on the cold concrete ground, clutching an old cat collar with a bell in her hands. Even though her teeth were chattering from the cold, she stubbornly kept staring at every dark corner of the street. The anxiety and the despair of fearing loss in her eyes were like a rusty steel needle, piercing into Tommy's line of sight without warning. When he used to wander by trash cans looking for spoiled burgers, he had also used such eyes to beg passersby for alms. But no one had ever given him even the slightest response. Tommy put away the indifferent, cynical look on his face. Consider it my bad luck to be kind. Tommy gritted his back teeth and cursed in a low voice. He no longer ran aimlessly with brute force. He began to restrain his volatile, superhuman metabolism, suppressing the terrifying speed to a frequency that allowed his eyes to capture details. Along the gaps at the bottom of the old brick wall, he saw a few strands of scraped-off gray animal fur. Several messy and very shallow mud prints extended to the back of a dumpster piled with debris. The faint, agitated scent lingering in the air guided his senses. A faint sound of air bursting rang out. Tommy stepped on the rough brick surface and rushed straight onto the second-floor roof. The black tiles didn't make even a hint of a friction sound under his feet. Like a ghost, he searched all the way along the continuous roof ridges. Until he crossed 2 blocks, he stopped beside the oldest giant elm tree in the community center. The cold wind passed through the bare canopy. On a dry branch 7 or 8 meters above the ground, a gray-black fur ball was huddled there, shivering, its throat emitting an extremely weak wail. Found it. Tommy rubbed his hands together, preparing to jump and leap directly, using extreme speed to scoop that stupid cat down in one go. Just as his heels exerted force, reason suddenly held him back. The beast was terrified, If he rushed over with his usual air-tearing collision speed, the cat would definitely be startled, jump, fall to the ground, and be smashed to a pulp. Director Lin Shu's reprimand, "No matter how fast you run, if you do things wrong, you're still trash," exploded in his mind. Tommy irritably clawed at his already bird's nest-like white hair. He walked to the base of the big tree, feeling extremely stifled, and used his hands and feet like a clumsy civilian without a shred of superpowers, climbing up step by step along the rough, prickly tree bark. Wood splinters scratched his palms, and the cold froze his joints. This was simply hellish torture for him. Climbing to that dead branch, Tommy carefully slowed down all his movements. "Come here, ugly thing." He tried his best to lower his arrogant voice. The old cat retreated half a step in terror, its fur standing on end. Tommy didn't grab it forcefully. He took a piece of rotten sausage scrap he had casually stuffed into his hoodie pocket earlier and slowly handed it over. The smell of grease overcame its fear. The old cat leaned forward to sniff it, let out a sticky meow, and then tentatively rubbed against Tommy's mud-stained wrist. 10 minutes later, a not-so-intense airflow stopped at the entrance of the orphanage. Tommy was covered in mud, and his hoodie was even torn in several places by tree branches. In his arms, he was holding the gray-black old cat tightly. The old woman stood up abruptly, her legs shaking with excitement. She took back the old cat, and tears welled up in her cloudy old eyes. After handing over the cat, Tommy dusted off his body with a sigh of relief. Mission accomplished. Now nobody can try to Welsh on my pizza. He lifted his chin high and shouted to Director Lin Shu inside the door. The old woman tucked the cat into her collar to keep it warm. She turned around tremblingly, and her rough fingers fumbled from the innermost layer of her clothing, pulling out a brass brooch with blackened edges. The brooch was engraved with a flying eagle, its surface worn very smooth from being rubbed. The old woman walked up to Tommy, filled with respect and gratitude, and pinned that heavy copper piece squarely onto the chest of his tattered hoodie. "This is an honorary medal left behind by my husband when he was alive. He said that only a truly brave and kind young man deserves to wear it. Child, thank you." The cold air completely yielded before these words. Tommy froze. Those eyes, which were usually frantic and restless, were now fixed stiffly on the brass medal on his chest. No one had ever given him something like this before. In the past, he had gotten clothes and shoes entirely by smashing shop windows to steal and rob in the dead of night. Those were proofs of crime he had exchanged for with his illicit speed. But this old, tattered copper badge was dignity he had earned cleanly and on his own. So lame. I wouldn't even want this moldy piece of junk if it were given to me for free. It wouldn't even trade for half a donut at the second-hand market. Tommy complained loudly at the top of his lungs, his neck stiff and held high. But those two hands that were usually flailing about were honestly clasped behind his back, not daring to touch the metal pin to his chest with even a single finger. His fair face had long since flushed red in the night. Director Lin Shu leaned against the door frame, holding the box of pizza that had gone completely cold. Watching this kid's Tsunere behavior of saying one thing but meaning another, the sharpness in his eyes completely melted into the night breeze. The orphanage in the dead of night fell into absolute silence. In the cramped storage room at the far end of the second floor, no lights were on. Tommy sat on the floor with his back against the water-stained wall. Moonlight shone through the drafty blinds onto his silver hair. He reached out his finger and touched the brass medal on his chest, cherishing it immensely. The touch of the metal was cold and hard. He could hear the steady breathing of Wanda in the next room, and he could also perceive the slight rustling sound of Director Lin Shu flipping through account books in the hall downstairs. It was too peaceful here, that sense of security, of having someone to protect you, someone to guide you between right and wrong, was like poison, dismantling the survival alarms deep in his bones. As long as you stay, you will develop feelings. Once you have feelings, sooner or later, you will be abandoned as a disgusting freak. This was the ironclad lesson he had concluded from being repeatedly abandoned by those foster families on the streets. The warmer this place was, the more shattered he would be when he was kicked out. He absolutely could not stay in any fixed location. Tommy stood up resolutely. He pulled open the patched shoulder bag on the floor and stuffed two musty, tattered t-shirts into it haphazardly. The zipper made a dull, interlocking sound. He pulled up his hoodie, walked to the rickety window. His palms pressed against the dust-covered windowsill, his muscles tightening inch by inch. A sonic boom suddenly exploded within the cramped storage room. Tommy transformed into a sharp silver afterimage, and with desperate determination, vaulted over the windowsill and charged into the pitch-black night. The cold wind whistled shrilly in his ears. Relying on his incredibly high metabolism and terrifying leg explosive power, he needed only a fraction of a second to cross the weed-choked wasteland of the front yard and vanish completely into the vast sea of people. Freedom was right before his eyes. Just at the moment when the tip of his nose was a mere inch away from the rusty gate. Boom. In midair, without any warning, a ring of extremely dazzling water blue light patterns erupted. There was no high voltage current to strike his body, nor any deafening metal alarm. That thin, transparent barrier, like an utterly impassable abyss, directly rebounded all the physical kinetic energy from his sprint. The reaction force was terrifyingly extreme. Tommy was like a ragdoll struck head-on by a baseball bat, his body spinning rapidly in midair. He slammed hard onto the hard stone pavement behind him, the immense inertia causing him to roll all the way until he hit the abandoned broken wall in the front yard with a heavy thud. The tattered shoulder bag, filled with all his belongings, fell into the muddy water, and the old clothes inside scattered everywhere. Cough. Tommy felt blood and chi surging in his chest, coughing dryly again and again. But he couldn't care about the sour, painful protests from his bones, and crawled up from the muddy water using his hands and feet. In those eyes, usually so fanatically restless, there were now bloodshot veins filled with extreme terror. He had been deceived. It was all a hypocritical ruse. The reward of running errands for pizza, the guest room with no requirements, those warm disguises that could easily melt away his defenses were now completely exposed before this completely sealed invisible wall. There was no freedom in this place at all. This place was exactly the same as those dark, sunless underground rooms of Vought International. Outside it hung a sign of charity, but inside it was a cage that used every means to lock them in place. Let me out. Tommy let out a heart-wrenching, irritable roar. He leapt up from the ground, transformed into an afterimage, and charged at the gate again. Punch after punch, he desperately smashed against that invisible barrier. Water blue light arcs rippled outwards, the immense recoil force tearing the skin of his thin wrists. Blood dripped from his fingertips, yet he pounded away wildly as if he felt no pain. I knew it. You hypocritical my lords are all the same rotten trash. Putting on a disgusting face of kind acceptance, when in reality you'd already set up high-voltage electric fences all around. The boy's hoarse, desperate roar echoed in the night wind. Open the door. I will absolutely not be one of those reserve blood-drawing specimens kept in a cage for you. You fool fake good guy, let me out. The fear accumulated from long-term abandonment, capture, and pursuit poured out wildly at this moment like a floodgate opening. Tommy even closed his eyes, prepared for dozens of fully armed mercenaries with riot shields to press in from behind. Accompanied by his desperate screaming, the door hinges of the main building's corridor emitted a dry, grating sound. A set of unhurried footsteps approached, treading on fallen leaves. Director Lin Shu wore that old coat covered in white dust loosely, with a pair of plastic slippers on his feet. He held neither a high-voltage stun gun nor pressed any ear-piercing alarm button. He just stood there with his hands in his pockets, his expression indifferent, stopping 3 steps behind Tommy. Director Lin Shu looked at the boy's blood-stained hands, then glanced at the tattered backpack on the ground. In his deep eyes, not even a trace of anger could be found. What are you yelling about in the middle of the night? The gate was broken to begin with, it's just rusted and stuck. What's the use of punching an invisible wall? Tommy spun around abruptly. His muscles were tensed like a steel plate about to snap. He panted heavily, glaring viciously at director Lin Shu. Stop playing dumb. This broken wall is clearly a confinement barrier built to prevent us from escaping. And you dare say this isn't a prison? Tommy pointed his bloodied finger at the faint light in midair. Director Lin Shu walked forward without any defense. He even left his back exposed to this speedster who was currently in a state of extreme mania. He reached out his uninjured left hand and brazenly passed it through that barrier of light. His fingers directly latched onto the rusty lock of the gate. Creak. Accompanied by the tooth-aching sound of iron, the broken iron gate of the orphanage was pulled open from the inside out by director Lin Shu. The gate was completely wide open, and the unobstructed cold wind poured in directly through the gap. The setting of the system barrier was straightforward. When director Lin Shu, with the authority of the dean, pulled open the physical door to grant passage, the restrictive barrier against outward collision from the inside would completely fail in that area. The invisible obstacle was gone. The road is open. Get out. Director Lin Shu stepped back half a step, clearing a wide path leading to the street outside. His tone was indifferent, as if he were shooing away a sparrow that had strayed into the courtyard. Tommy was stunned. In those heavily guarded eyes, a strong sense of confusion and astonishment flashed. There was no riot squad. No tranquilizer guns. And certainly no one pointing a gun at his head, forcing him back into the underground room. This completely overturned the common knowledge of escape he had built over the past dozen years. He moved half a step forward in disbelief, his steps as hesitant as a child who had just learned to walk. The cold wind swept across his cheeks. The tips of his toes crossed the threshold, stepping onto the street of the slums filled with garbage and muddy water. Nothing happened. It was so quiet around that he could only hear the rustling sound of a wild cat rummaging through a trash can. He had really escaped. But Tommy gripped the hem of his hoodie tightly. His heart, instead of feeling the ecstasy of being reborn, felt hollow and panicked. Director Lin Shu slowly patted the back of his coat. He sat down directly on the cement steps outside the door, which were covered in dirt. He rested his left hand on his knee, staring straight at the stiff back of the boy standing in the middle of the street. In the laboratory, that was called a prison. Director Lin Shu's deep, steady voice pierced through the cold wind, unhurried and calm. The door of a prison only allows entry, never exit. Those who dare to run out get their legs broken. He took out a lighter and twirled it in his hand carelessly. This is home. The door isn't locked. If you don't want to stay, you can walk away anytime, anywhere, no one will force you to stay at gunpoint. But even if this door is wide open, if you don't know where to go after you leave, you're still just a pathetic vagrant. This sentence was like a heavy hammer, smashing the hedgehog heart inside Tommy's chest that he thought was indestructible. Tommy turned around, facing the boundless, pitch-black street. In every crazy sprint in the past, there had always been flashing police lights, vicious curses, and roaring hounds behind him. That was an escape when backed into a dead end. As long as he ran fast enough, he could temporarily escape the sea of bitterness. But now there was nothing behind him. Only an open broken iron gate, and an ordinary man sitting on the steps who had told him to get out. He suddenly realized a terrifying fact. Having left that place, which was dilapidated but could provide hot pizza and a pin of trust, he had absolutely nothing outside. There was no retreat, and no path forward. An extreme sense of loneliness poured into his bone marrow like a landslide. This was more despairing than any high-voltage current. I don't know. Tommy lowered his head, his shoulders starting to tremble slightly. I don't even know where else I can go. The defenses he had built up for so long completely collapsed. 2 warm tears fell onto the muddy asphalt road without warning. Then, more uncontrollable liquid burst from the corners of his eyes. He wiped his cheeks hard, not wanting to expose this fatal weakness. This was by no means simple crying, but a total release of the extreme grievances accumulated over more than a decade, after being expelled by the entire world as a freak. Director Lin Shu sat quietly on the steps. He didn't mock him, nor did he hypocritically step forward to offer a tissue. He just waited quietly for this little monster, who was awkward to the extreme, to cry out all his emotions. A full 3 minutes passed. The night wind weakened slightly. Director Lin Shu rubbed his frozen hands and stood up. Are you done crying? Even a stray dog would find it too cold to be out in the middle of the night. Director Lin Shu's voice was still stiff, yet inexplicably sounded reliable. The gate is wide open. You can walk out, and of course, you can step back in at any time. If you've chosen to go rummage for stale burgers in the trash can on the street, then I'm closing the gate and going back to sleep. Having said that, Director Lin Shu turned around and made a feint of pulling the door latch. Don't close it. A faint airflow swept past. Tommy, like a cannonball that had lost its aim, leapt over the steps and plunged directly into the courtyard. He wiped his face messily with his sleeves, which were still covered in dirt and mud. The boy kept his head down tightly, refusing to look at Director Lin Shu's eyes, which seemed to be able to see through everything. His Adam's apple bobbed with extreme difficulty. Tommy sniffled with his red nose, his voice so small it was practically like a mosquito's buzz. If I come back, can I still have breakfast? There are 2 cold pizza crusts left in the pot. If you want them hot, go into the kitchen and light a fire to heat them yourself. Director Lin Shu sat on the mud-caked concrete steps, not even sparing a glance for the tear-stained, silver-haired boy. He simply pulled his old coat, stained with gray-white dust, tighter around himself, his tone as bland as if he were discussing tomorrow's weather. This blunt, unsentimental answer, which even carried a hint of treating someone like a hired hand, became the very blade that severed the last shred of Tommy's embarrassment. Tommy wiped the tears from his chin with his sleeve, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. He didn't dare say another word, scrambled past Director Lin Shu's shoulder, and darted into the pitch-black first-floor corridor. A faint, pale light appeared on the horizon. The morning air in the cafeteria was still leaking in with a chill. Homelander had long been awake at that broken table with the missing leg. He was floating in midair with his arms crossed, his toes half a foot off the ground, the skin around his eyes faintly red. Obviously, the drama outside the gate last night hadn't escaped this little monster's super hearing. When Tommy walked in carrying a chipped old aluminum pot, gnawing on half a piece of reheated flatbread, he ran straight into Homelander's mocking gaze. The escaped champion is back. Homelander raised his chin high, the curve of his lips vicious and arrogant. You ran off like a stray dog last night, yet in the end, didn't you still tuck your tail and crawl back to this broken, stinking dump? A piece of trash like you, who only grew legs and not a brain, wouldn't even be able to snatch a warm burger from a trash can out there. Tommy stopped chewing the flatbread. In the past, faced with such a provocation, he would definitely have turned into a gust of wind and plucked all the hair off the other's head. But today, he just silently pulled out a rusty iron chair and plopped down onto it. He even felt that this blonde little runt's snide insults were more reassuring than the dead, empty streets outside. I only ran out to test if your crappy gate would catch my feet. Tommy was stubborn, retorting incoherently, once I've replenished enough calories, who would want to stay in this hellhole that doesn't even have a TV? Homelander snorted, a flash of disgust in his eyes. If you dare try to snatch the beef soup in the pot from me, I'll cut your hands off with my laser vision. Having one more useless bug to feed is a total pain. Although he said that, there was no aggressive high-energy reaction from Homelander. He just awkwardly turned his head away and stared at the spiderweb-covered ceiling in a sulk. At this moment, the broken wooden door of the kitchen was gently pushed open. Wanda walked out carrying 3 yellowed glass cups. The little girl's eyes were still puffy from sleep. She glanced at Tommy, who was wolfing down food at the table, a flicker of timidity crossing her clear green eyes, but she still walked over quickly. She carefully pushed one of the glass cups, filled with hot milk, next to Tommy's elbow. White steam was still rising from the side of the cup. Eat slowly. Wanda's voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum. Uncle Lin said that if you eat too fast after being hungry for too long, your stomach will hurt. Tommy's chewing jaws froze. He stared straight at the cup of hot milk radiating a sweet aroma, then looked at the little girl whom he had covered in rotten leaves with a gust of wind just yesterday. That sense of tolerance and domestic warmth, which only belongs to a normal family, felt like a heavy hammer, completely smashing the remaining thorny shell in his heart into powder. Director Lin Shu happened to step into the cafeteria, riding the morning breeze. He pulled out a chair and sat at the head of the table, picked up the last empty cup on the table, and poured himself half a cup of plain water. His gaze swept over the three little monsters who couldn't stand each other but were still sitting peacefully at the same table, and his exhausted nerves relaxed a little for once. A few days ago, he was still being held at gunpoint by laser eyes, calculating how to survive for another 72 hours. Now, he was absurdly experiencing a strange sense of satisfaction called proactive management in this hell difficulty US comic plane. Wash the cups when you're done. Today's task for everyone is to nail all the drafty windows on the second floor shut with wooden boards. Director Lin Shu tapped the table, issuing his daily instructions. Tommy picked up the hot milk and drank it in one gulp. The warm liquid flowed down his esophagus into his empty stomach, completely dispelling the chill in his marrow. He put down the cup and wiped his mouth casually with the back of his hand. His usually manic and hyperactive eyes were rare and quiet as he stared fixedly at Director Lin Shu at the head of the table. Got it. Tommy turned his face away awkwardly, and in a volume that only everyone at the table could hear, he stuttered and added two words, Dean. Although the voice was soft, every word landed heavily. The moment this title was spoken, it was as if a depth charge had been dropped into the depths of Director Lin Shu's mind. A crisp, synthesized electronic sound exploded with an unprecedented, joyful rhythm. Ding! System core verification passed. Target. Tommy. Sense of belonging anchor initially established. Desire to leave has dropped below the minimum alert line. Extraordinary Cub moral education score has risen significantly. Current total score has broken the 40-point threshold, 42 points. Reached a periodic survival milestone. All members' mental stability values receive a base bonus, delaying the probability of extinction level rampages by 30%. Director Lin Shu looked at the pale blue light screen flickering on his retina, and a rare, genuine smile finally curved the corners of his mouth. Among this group of blood-stained ticking time bombs, at least one had finally planted a foot firmly on the side of the living. He stood up, not bothering to claim the ethereal system praise, and walked straight to the cork bulletin board at the end of the corridor. Under the black text detailing the three strict house rules, Director Lin Shu pulled off the cap of the marker, exerted force with his wrist, and the rough tip made a rustling sound as it rubbed against the corkboard. Homelander, Wanda, and Tommy turned their heads almost simultaneously, watching the broad back leave new ink on the board. Rule 4. If you want to leave, just say so. If you want to come back, you don't need to apologize. The 14 bold black characters carried no pressure of supernatural power, but were more overbearing than any restrictive spell. It was like a thick, blunt iron nail, firmly nailing down the absolute bottom line of this orphanage as a home. The air was filled with the thin morning sunlight, and for the first time, the dilapidated brick walls radiated the warmth of the living. Director Lin Shu snapped the pen cap shut heavily. However, the cruelty of reality never gives anyone even a second of respite. The peaceful atmosphere lasted for only half a breath before the system's originally calm, pale blue panel suddenly shattered, replaced by a scarlet light screen that looked like a deluge of blood. A shrill, piercing alarm sounded, tearing directly through Director Lin Shu's brainstem nerves. Top secret alert. Sudden fatal crisis. Detected coordinate signal of a fourth extremely dangerous extraordinary cub. The life signs are in a cliff-like decline stage. Coordinates locked. 15 kilometers in the western suburbs, abandoned Stark Industries auxiliary smelting plant. Life countdown. Extremely dangerous status. Estimated time of life termination is less than 15 minutes. Once this cub dies, it will trigger a chain mental rampage mechanism, and the moral education score of all members will be forcibly reset to 0. Director Lin Shu's pupils contracted rapidly. He didn't even have time to say half a sentence of instructions, spun around violently, and tore the windbreaker off the broken coat rack. Homelander. Take me there, now. Homelander had already grabbed Director Lin Shu by the collar of his coat. His feet were just half an inch off the ground, and the surrounding air was being squeezed by the high pressure before his high-speed takeoff, creating a piercing roar of air currents. Before he could break through the ceiling, the scarlet warning screen in Director Lin Shu's mind distorted without warning. Large patches of blinding static covered the virtual interface, and the sharp system alarm sound came to an abrupt halt. Extreme residual strong magnetic field interference detected at the Stark smeltery. Target coordinates forcibly lost. Target's vital signs have passively entered a deep sleep, suspended animation protection mechanism. The rampage countdown has frozen accordingly. The system is currently working at full capacity to reparse the safe coordinate path. Estimated parsing time, 40 minutes. The tension of a desperate struggle in Director Lin Shu's eyes was forcibly cut short. He couldn't go. Even if these children flew as fast as they could, blindly crashing around in this citywide steel maze like headless flies, they would absolutely not be able to dig out a dying life within 15 minutes. They could only wait on the spot for the system to finish parsing. Director Lin Shu let go of the rusty doorknob and turned to look behind him. Homelander was hovering in midair, extremely impatient. Wanda was shivering in the corner due to the sudden tense atmosphere, while Tommy was whistling, unconcerned, and picking at the loose threads on his hoodie out of boredom. These three little monsters had no team chemistry. When faced with such a pressing situation, apart from looking down on each other and causing trouble, they didn't even have the slightest inclination to look out for one another. If they went to an extremely dangerous rescue scene later, with this scattered, undisciplined behavior, they would absolutely end up getting someone killed who could have otherwise been saved. Take off your jackets. Director Lin Shu yanked off his dust-covered windbreaker and threw it onto a chair, his deep gaze sweeping coldly and firmly over the three of them. Everyone into the kitchen. For the next half hour or so, make me a decent breakfast to fill your stomachs. Are you sick in the head? Tommy leapt down from the pillar. A moment ago you were rushing out in such a panic, and now you've changed your mind to host some kind of heartwarming family cooking competition. Homelander crossed his arms with a look of utter disgust on his face. I am a noble powerhouse. You dare to let the greatest person in this world deal with that kind of rusty, broken iron pot covered in disgusting grease. Enough nonsense. The trouble we are about to face is a real, life-threatening one. Director Lin Shu strode towards the dim and dilapidated back kitchen. A defective team that can't even put together a breakfast that can be swallowed will only hold each other back and die together out there. No one is allowed to act alone, work together. The back kitchen of the orphanage was covered everywhere in black grease and moldy cutting boards. Director Lin Shu leaned against the door frame and gave instructions expressionlessly. Homelander is responsible for heating the frying pan to fry the eggs, Wanda will stir the damp batter, and Tommy is responsible for organizing and plating all the tableware. Homelander was assigned to stand in front of the gas stove that had long been clogged up. He looked down at the few small, free-range eggs on the cutting board, his brows furrowed deeply. This is simply the ultimate insult to my power. Homelander roared through gritted teeth, not even wanting to touch the greasy frying pan handle. You can easily cut a skyscraper into ruins, but what kind of real skill is that? That's called being a brute. Director Lin Shu tucked his hands into his trouser pockets and unleashed the most lethal provocation. Real control is being able to precisely use your eyes to fry an egg to perfection, without even the edges of the egg white burning. Can you do that? Labeled with the hat of a brute, the capillaries around Homelander's eye sockets suddenly bulged. Shut your mouth. I'll let you see what absolute, perfect control is right now. Homelander roughly cracked the eggs, and the egg liquid splattered directly into the dilapidated iron pot. He took a deep breath and stared fixedly at the bottom of the pot. Two threads of crimson heat vision, thin as silk and suppressed to the extreme, shot out from his azure pupils, carefully licking the rusty bottom of the iron pot. The iron pot made a sizzling sound, and the scent of eggs actually began to waft out. Homelander curled his lips into a smug, triumphant sneer. He was just about to turn his head to show off his unparalleled micro-controlled talent to director Lin Shu. However, Tommy swept past him from behind with an arrogant gust of wind, directly flipping over the half-section of the Stars and Stripes cape that Homelander had draped behind him. Hurry up, Shorty. Your egg frying is as slow as an old lady crossing the street. Tommy's arrogant mocking laughter echoed around the kitchen. Mocked by others, a surge of evil fire rose in Homelander's heart. In the split second he turned his head, his vision uncontrollably flared up. The fine red rays in his eyes suffered a catastrophic high-energy overflow due to his rage. SS's. Boom. There was simply no room to struggle. In the center of that long-neglected cast-iron frying pan, a pitch-black hole the size of a bowl was forcibly burned through by this violently surging, thousands of degrees high temperature. The half-cooked egg liquid splashed all the way down into the filthy sink through the melted hole. Molten, bright red iron was still dripping from the bottom of the pot. Wanda, who was standing on a small stool next to him stirring the basin of batter, shivered all over, terrified by the huge noise. Tommy, having just come to his senses, stopped abruptly like a gust of wind at the side of the counter. In the split second of Wanda's shock, the already weak chaos magic at her fingertips fell into complete chaos. The basin of thick, sticky batter, filled with water and lumps of flour, was forcibly stripped of its gravity by the reality-warping power. Large swaths of dark red halo enveloped them, and then, with a teeth-grinding splat, the entire basin of batter was sucked up onto the ceiling. A few drops of disgusting white paste dripped down with gravity, hitting Tommy's pride and joy silver-white hair with pinpoint accuracy. What the hell are you doing? You crybaby disaster. Get this pile of disgusting muck away. Tommy screamed, grabbing his hair in disgust. He abruptly picked up the 7 or 8 yellowed, empty ceramic plates stacked nearby and rushed towards the dining room, turning into a blur invisible to the naked eye. But because he accelerated too violently, his calculation of the friction under his hands was seriously off. When he completed an emergency stop in front of the broken-legged table in the dining room, the huge inertia caused those plates to slide directly across the tabletop. Clatter. Crash. The 7 or 8 plates, like race cars in a pile-up, flew off the table and smashed hard onto the floor, shattering into a blinding mess of sharp porcelain shards. A disaster-level scene. The entire room was filled with the stench of scorched iron, batter was dripping from the ceiling, and the floor was covered in ruined debris. These 3 cubs, who had just been looking at each other with disdain, were now fully armed, pointing at each other's noses, as an earth-shattering indoor brawl was about to erupt. Everyone shut up. Director Lin Shu stood as steady as a mountain at the door of the ruined kitchen. There wasn't even a hint of anger on his face, but his eyes were so cold and hard they could freeze. He reached out and pointed at the precarious white paste on the ceiling, then pointed at the large hole in the frying pan that was still emitting toxic smoke. Are the rules hung outside just for show? If you break something, fix it yourself. Director Lin Shu's voice was steady, yet every word hit the floor tiles like a hammer. Homelander, go patch the bottom of the pot. Wanda, get all the batter down and knead it again. Tommy, go piece those plates back together. When you make a hot meal that can actually be eaten, that's when the mission ends. If you can't do it, don't ever think about cooking in this orphanage again. The air instantly froze. Although the 3 were gnashing their teeth in anger, faced with the absolutely ruthless director Lin Shu, that bellyful of mania was forcibly suppressed. Homelander landed in the pile of scrap metal with a look of humiliation, picked up 2 ragged scraps, and pressed them tightly over the burnt-through hole in the pot. He closed his eyes and, feeling aggrieved, used the faint residual warmth of his heat vision to slowly melt the edges of the disgusting metal. Wanda, with red-rimmed eyes, stood on tiptoe, her fingertips emitting a soft, steady red light to wrap and retrieve all the sticky liquid dripping from the ceiling. To wash away the name of a disaster, She even used magic to forcibly strip and filter the water molecule structure within the flour. A reluctant Tommy squatted on the dining room floor, using his speed to act as a human glue machine, piecing those broken ceramic shards together into a row of strange, crack-filled tableware that could at least hold things. No arguments. No lasers or wild gusts of wind. Only awkward and intense remedial labor. 20 minutes later. The morning sunlight spilled onto the clothesline overgrown with weeds in the backyard of the orphanage. The three little monsters sat side by side on a peeling long wooden bench. Each of them held a broken plate covered in glue cracks. On the plates were a few ugly, burnt-edged fried eggs and a few hard, misshapen dough cakes. Homelander took a bite of the dough cake and nearly chipped a tooth, complaining viciously, "What's the difference between this and biting into bulletproof glass? Shut up, you glowing shorty. That smell of burnt iron you have, which could wake the dead, is all over the fried eggs. It's so disgusting I want to throw up." Tommy complained while wolfing down the food to replenish his deadly metabolic consumption. Wanda sat on the very edge, holding her plate, listening to the two of them bickering in their usual, harmless way. A rare, relaxed timidity flashed in her emerald eyes. Although the food was terrible, at least this was the fruit of them not having completely overturned the orphanage. Director Lin Shu stood on the steps 3 meters away, holding a cup of clear water. Looking at this makeshift, pre-battle family prototype, the tense string in his heart loosened slightly. Even if it was rough, it could be considered a defensive net that could not be punctured. Just at the second he tilted his head, preparing to finish the clear water in the cup. Deep in his mind, the system panel, which had been dead silent for a full 40 minutes, suddenly burst open with a shocking crimson, accompanied by a teeth-grinding, high-frequency hum. Strong magnetic field interference completely eliminated. High-level signal chain connection complete. Exact physical coordinates of the abandoned Stark smeltery locked. Countdown channel resumed. Life form is about to be released from suspended animation. The trace of warmth in Director Lin Shu's eyes was completely erased by extreme cold sharpness. He slammed the chipped water cup onto the stone railing with a bang. He grabbed the old windbreaker he had thrown aside earlier with one hand and zipped the metal zipper all the way down in the cold wind. The crisp sound of the zipper engaging drowned out everyone's chewing. The three super-powered cubs sitting on the long bench, who had been competing with each other, all looked up in unison. Director Lin Shu turned around, his deep gaze meeting the cold wind without flinching. "Are you stuffed from breakfast?" His voice was heavy and hard, revealing an unstoppable, grim determination. "If you're full, come with me immediately. We're going to pick up a new family member. Once you're full, you're coming out with me immediately to pick up our new family member." Director Lin Shu's stern, hard voice hammered heavily into the freezing wind, carrying an unquestionable, resolute intent of death. The hall fell into a brief, stiff silence. Tommy forcefully swallowed the last bite of the charred, bitter flatbread in his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing sharply. His messy silver hair swayed in the cold wind, and he rolled his eyes with no attempt at concealment. "Pick up what kind of troublemaker? I worked my tail off just to barely appease my stomach with this disgusting mush." Tommy slapped his shriveled belly and protested loudly, "Going out to mess around will make me lose weight." Homelander hovered half a foot off the ground, his mouth curling downward in disgust. "I am a noble powerhouse. I can't even be bothered to look at you useless trash twice, and now you want me to pick up even lower-class bugs." Homelander lifted his chin high, arrogant to the extreme. "Not a chance." Wanda huddled on the edge of the broken-legged chair. The girl kept her head down, wringing her fingers tightly, filled with an instinctive fear about facing unknown peers. Director Lin Shu couldn't be bothered to waste breath arguing with them. The system had just lost precise coordinates due to extreme magnetic field interference from the smelter. If he wanted to dig someone out of the massive and complex abandoned industrial area, brute force alone would never work. He had to find the latest road conditions and environmental footage of that area before setting out. He strode over to the peeling, frayed old sofa in the living room and roughly slapped the dusty old CRT television set beside it. The heavy machine casing emitted a harsh electrical hum. The screen flickered a few times, and a full screen of white noise lit up, accompanied by a crackling sound. Director Lin Shu tossed the black plastic remote control onto the tattered sofa cushion and turned to walk toward the storage cabinet opposite, preparing to dig out the yellowed map of the entire city. In the brief moment his back was turned to the sofa. A silver-white whirlwind swept fiercely across the coffee table, the resulting gale blowing 2 scraps of paper off the corner of the table. Tommy's figure was already perched steadily on the back of the sofa, his right hand tossing the grease-stained remote control up and down. His thumb skillfully pressed the channel button hard. The screen image was forcibly switched to a food channel. A bursting cheese pizza, magnified countless times by the high-definition lens and pulling thick golden threads, appeared in the center of the CRT, and the exaggerated, seductive narration instantly echoed through the entire broken hall. That charred meal from earlier didn't even count as animal feed. Tommy smacked his lips and spouted nonsense. I need visuals like this that can awaken extreme metabolism to soothe my soul, which is on the verge of starving to death. Turn off that stupid piece of junk. Homelander descended with a highly oppressive high-pressure airflow, crashing in front of the sofa. Extremely violent red light quickly gathered around his eye sockets. To him, those greasy, nauseating food images were nothing short of the most malicious noise pollution. Switch it to the current affairs news channel. I want to see how those incompetent, idiotic media outlets use the most exaggerated terms to look up to my majesty. Homelander barked the order, his eyes locked fiercely on the joints of Tommy's wrist, looking every bit like he would chop the hand off if the other dared to say no. Wanda stood a little further away, her clear green eyes staring fixedly at the sofa area. The little girl did not retreat at all, and thick, dark red magical light had long since silently spilled from her fingertips. I want to watch the singing bunny. Wanda's voice trembled, but the chaos magic energy around her was climbing crazily in geometric progression. She needed those bright, ridiculous cartoon characters too much to soothe her shattered nerves, which had been tortured night after night for the past few days. The temperature in the room skyrocketed due to the gathering of supernatural forces. Tommy let out a shameless, punch-worthy snicker. He exerted force from the soles of his feet, turned into an afterimage with the remote control, and began sprinting at full speed around the load-bearing pillar of the hall. If you've got the guts, come catch me, you glowing runt. As long as you slow turtles can't touch me, this fool noise box belongs to me forever. This highly insulting provocation lit a fire directly on Homelander's volatile heart. 2 terrifying beams of heat vision swept out, grazing Tommy's landing spot. The floor tiles immediately erupted with pungent black smoke and deep scorch marks. However, Homelander was very wary inside, suppressing his heat output tightly. He dared not go full power, fearing he would roast the TV and the entire main building completely. If that happened, he wouldn't even have his news to show off. Wanda also joined the melee. The dark red magic turned into thick whips of light, forcibly blocking the airflow and forcing Tommy to brake urgently in the narrow corner repeatedly. She tried to use her telekinesis to forcibly pull the black object into her arms. 3 lethal abilities vied against each other in this dilapidated space. Dust filled the sky, and plaster fell in clumps. Snap! Just half a second before this orphanage was about to be torn into a pile of mush. All the noisy clamor came to an abrupt halt. The screen, filled with seductive food images, turned into a cold, black piece of glass. Director Lin Shu had a cold face, his coat tail kicking up a cold wind as he turned. His right hand was gripping a black, dusty power plug tightly, and he stood straight beside the old wall outlet. The 3 cubs were forced to stop all house-wrecking actions and turned their gazes over in unison. Tommy held the remote control in his hand, Homelander's eyes were overflowing with red light, and Wanda's energy whip lingered in midair. Are you done fighting? Director Lin Shu slammed the yellowed old map in his hand onto the uneven coffee table, his deep gaze like a whetted blade, sharply scraping across every tense face. Since no one is willing to give an inch, then all of you can get lost. Director Lin Shu's voice had no inflection, yet it carried absolute oppression. Smash this broken machine, and then stare blankly at each other here. That's how this pathetic life will be sorted out. Director Lin Shu didn't show any mercy. He pulled a marker pen and a scrap of blank cardboard he'd picked up from beside the old map. He walked through the messy living room, his tough guy aura forcing the super-powered freaks to subconsciously move out of the way. In this orphanage, thinking that you can claim all the good things by brute force and destruction is the logic of an idiot. Director Lin Shu strode to the yellowed cork bulletin board in the hallway. Homelander was full of unwillingness, his fists clenching until they clicked. I am invincible. I must have things my way. I can make this silver-haired monkey vanish into thin air with just one look. Homelander gritted his teeth, frantically spewing arrogant threats. Director Lin Shu didn't even turn his head, the rough marker tip slashing black grid lines fiercely onto the cardboard. You burn him, and then what? Director Lin Shu's tone was extremely blunt. Wanda just needs to go crazy, and she can turn the CRT into a piece of rotten wood. Even if Tommy is half dead, he'll definitely have time before he dies to pull every main switch in this house. If you keep strangling each other to the end, it'll just mean dragging everyone into the gutter together, and none of you will get a single benefit. Director Lin Shu turned suddenly and slapped the cardboard with the rough grid drawn on it onto the edge of the broken coffee table. The large black characters above were an eyesore: television control rotation schedule. The rules are laid out clearly here. Director Lin Shu pointed at the cardboard with his index finger. If you want rights, fine. Everyone gets a fixed half hour of absolute control. When it's someone's turn, the rest of you must keep your mouths shut, no matter how disgusted you are, and retreat to your own corners to endure it. The cold wind whistled through the hall, and the three little monsters looked at each other. Tommy spun the remote control unconsciously with his fingertips, the fearless, wild look on his face gradually fading. His speed was indeed unrivaled, but if some psycho in this broken house smashed everything, no matter how fast he ran, he'd only be left drinking the northwest wind. Who's first in line? Tommy glanced guardedly at the two people beside him. It's allocated by the schedule. Director Lin Shu threw down the pen. Since you've signed this agreement, everyone has a share during their allotted time. Homelander rolled his eyes viciously. He hated this feeling of being at the mercy of others, but in the face of the hellish mutual restraint, he had no other choice. If he didn't bow to this rough piece of cardboard, Director Lin Shu would absolutely do the ruthless thing of keeping the TV without power forever. Wanda huddled in the back, and finally, there was some confidence in her green eyes. As long as this piece of paper existed, she wouldn't have to confront the terrifying speed and scorching laser head-on, and she could openly obtain a moment of peace. In an atmosphere of mutual suspicion, the three awkward people barely settled on their respective time slots. These extremely magnified possessive desires finally evolved into the most rudimentary compromise contract under the pressure of rigid rules. Director Lin Shu looked at the hall, which had temporarily ceased hostilities, and silently let out a breath of stale air in his heart. He raised his left wrist and glanced quickly at the watch hands. Agreement reached. As the creator of the rules, I will now exercise the first priority of use. Everyone step back. Director Lin Shu didn't offer any dragged-out explanations. He bent down and jammed the dusty plug back into the wall socket. The CRT lit up again. He snatched the remote control from Tommy's hand and pressed the channel number for the local breaking news channel hard with his thumb. After the chaotic static flashed violently, a blurry, distant aerial shot caused by severe turbulence suddenly occupied the entire CRT. Under the bleak, cold night, it was a massive complex of steel factory buildings that had been abandoned for many years. Half of the rusty blast furnaces had collapsed into the overgrown weeds and mud. The most terrifying thing was that in the very center of the image, the air appeared completely twisted in dark red, and a violent and eerie high-pressure magnetic field energy ring, like the tentacles of the god of death, was crazily devouring all the dilapidated building structures around it. The news commentators extremely panicked. Trembling voice echoed throughout the living room, interrupting with a breaking deadly disaster warning. The Stark Auxiliary smelter in the western suburbs has been struck by an unknown extreme magnetic field storm. According to perimeter monitoring, a large-scale gravity fault has occurred in the area. All electronic signals entering the lockdown zone are melting down rapidly. Director Lin Shu's deep eyes, like a hawk's, were locked dead on the broken, crooked digital landmark sign in the upper right corner of the screen. The tragic scene on the screen and the fragmented death coordinates previously provided by the system finally clicked into place. I'm taking you all to pick up a new family member, but I'll say this plainly beforehand. Director Lin Shu's gaze swept coldly across the three stunned individuals in the hall. If you can't even manage to cooperate, you'd better stay in this dilapidated house and reflect on your behavior. These words were like a lit fuse, instantly igniting Homelander's prideful arrogance. Cooperate. Homelander hovered in midair, a sneer of utter disdain curling his lips. A powerhouse like me, who can instantly melt an entire factory to the ground, doesn't need to cooperate. Whether it's picking someone up or killing them, I can just fly over and glare at them, and it's all solved. Bringing along this sniveling crybaby and this silver-haired monkey running around everywhere is just an embarrassment to me. Wanda gripped the hem of her sweater tightly, the dark red halo overflowing from her fingertips pulsating violently. You idiot who almost burned through the bottom of the pot. The girl bit her lip and retorted, a rare occurrence. You'll only mess things up. If I hadn't pulled the batter back just now, you would have been smashed into an idiot. How dare you talk back? Homelander's fair, tender face flushed red, and extremely dangerous crimson high-energy reactions quickly gathered around his eye sockets. Tommy let out a sharp whistle, resting his feet on the back of the sofa, looking on with the demeanor of someone eager to see chaos unfold. Fight. Fight. I bet this glowing little runt can't even touch a shred of your clothing. Tommy jeered loudly. His pathetic aim will only burn a few more stinky holes in the floor. Violent energy particles rampaged through the hall. Director Lin Shu didn't show even a hint of anger. He strode to the dilapidated dining table piled with leftovers, reached out, and shoved the broken plates and dirty iron pots, glued together, to the edge of the sink. The harsh sound of porcelain scraping abruptly cut off the impending out-of-control superpowered brawl. So you all think your abilities are invincible. Director Lin Shu crossed his arms, his deep gaze piercing directly at Homelander, who was hovering in midair. Rescuing people at the abandoned factory requires absolute micro-control. With your brute force technique of burning through everything at the slightest provocation, if you actually went to the scene, you'd just burn the people we're trying to save into ash. He extended his left hand, pointing at the greasy dirty bowls in the sink. Truly powerful people can refine their strength down to the millimeter. Whoever can wash these plates glued together until they are sparkling clean, dry them so not a single drop of water remains, and not cause even a single crack to burst open today, is the only one qualified to come out with me. Director Lin Shu snorted coldly. If you can't do it, go back to bed. A highly insulting goading tactic. For someone with an extreme personality like Homelander, who couldn't tolerate the slightest questioning, this was even more unbearable than being deprived of his ability to fly. What kind of skill is washing a few broken plates? I'll show you clearly today what unparalleled, absolute control is. Homelander roared viciously, landing beside the sink like a miniature cannonball. He shoved Tommy, who had no desire to go near the grease, out of the way. Wanda's competitive spirit was ignited. She absolutely did not want to fall behind in front of this bullying blonde boy. The girl stepped forward quickly, a focused crimson hue appearing in her clear pupils. The chaos magic was no longer a violent turbulence tearing apart buildings, but transformed into dozens of extremely delicate red water waves. The magic guided the cold tap water flowing from the pipe, rotating and scrubbing at high speed over the crack-filled plates like a nimble brush. Stubborn charred residue and batter remnants peeled off one after another under the scouring of the magical water flow, washing down the drain. The entire process didn't even nick the edges of the plates. You call this slow little trick control. Homelander's molars ground together, making a clicking sound. He stared fixedly at a wet ceramic plate that Wanda had just finished washing and was floating in midair. His azure blue eyes forcibly reined in the usual destructive power that could wipe out the world. Two strands of heat vision, as thin as hair and with their temperature suppressed to the limit, were projected out. The red light was like an extremely precise laser carving knife, sweeping rapidly across the surface of the plate. The moment the ceramic surface, originally covered in water droplets, made contact with the red light, the moisture evaporated instantly, leaving not a single watermark behind. The glued cracks in the ceramic even became more solid under the ironing of the high temperature, without any shattering. A thin layer of sweat, a rare sight, beaded on Homelander's forehead. For him, compressing energy capable of melting a main battle tank down to the point of drying just a few drops of water was more mentally exhausting than destroying 10 city blocks in a row. Tommy crouched on the tabletop, watching in stunned silence. Silver-haired monkey, it's your turn. Homelander panted, viciously slapping a piping hot, dry plate onto the counter. Tommy felt looked down upon. He sneered and instantly transformed into a violent gust of air that ravaged the entire dining hall. He utilized his extreme metabolic speed to clean up the battlefield. He grabbed a rag and, in his high-speed state, wiped the greasy floor, tabletop, and even the dead corners and crevices in the wall until they were sparkling clean. He was so fast that the naked eye could only see a flickering streak of silver light. In less than 3 seconds, the dilapidated dining hall was emitting a strangely clean reflection. Director Lin Shu watched these three little monsters, driven by their competitive spirit and handling the miscellaneous chores as efficiently as a production line, and a trace of imperceptible satisfaction finally flashed in his eyes. The control test was passed. This proved they possessed the basic conditions to restrain their tempers and execute tasks precisely in a crisis-ridden field environment. Don't burn through the bottom of the pot again. Gather at the door when you're finished. Director Lin Shu tossed out this sentence, turned around, stepped into the cold, gloomy corridor, and headed straight for the dilapidated dean's office on the second floor. Pushing open the partially ajar wooden door, the night wind blew the stack of waste paper on the desk, making a rustling sound. Director Lin Shu didn't bother to light the nearly broken incandescent lamp. Relying only on the cold moonlight filtering in from outside the window, he walked to the desk with the broken leg. From the crack at the very bottom of the drawer, he pulled out the black leather experiment logbook he had retrieved earlier from behind the iron door of the underground room. The ruins of the Stark smelting plant were definitely not a simple accident. For the system to sound the alarm for a fourth extremely dangerous cub, and for such a large-scale gravitational fault and magnetic storm to appear, whatever was hidden there was definitely 100 times more dangerous than these little guys who only knew how to bicker at home. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy can one dig someone out alive from that graveyard of reinforced concrete. Director Lin Shu leaned against the mottled wall, using his left hand to flip open the thick, yellowed leather cover. A smell of chemical preservatives mixed with the rust of dried blood, which had been hidden from the light for years, wafted through the air. The notes left by the previous dean were written in a messy and crazed hand. The preceding pages were all about body sectioning and tolerance evaluations for Homelander and Wanda. Director Lin Shu kept a cold face, his fingers flipping rapidly toward the back. Skipping directly over dozens of disgusting records interspersed with anatomical fold-out diagrams, his gaze finally paused on the confidential appendix on the third-to-last page. The material of this page was different from the other yellowed paper. It seemed to have been forcibly torn from some kind of explosion-proof file folder. The bottom right corner of the page was clearly stamped with a blurry wolf head logo, as well as a set of incomplete military transport tracking numbers. In the center of the paper, a long string of black ink was covered by a large patch of dried, glaring bloodstains. The blood had eroded the fibers of the paper, causing the text above to appear in a chilling dark brown. Director Lin Chu's finger hovered above the bloodstain, his breathing slowing involuntarily. He held the torn page up to the pale moonlight outside the window, his vision piercing through the obstruction of the bloodstain, forcing himself to decipher the handwritten text below. Receipt of high-value defective product handover from the abandoned industrial zone. Danger level assessment. Extremely uncontrollable. Loss of possibility for conventional communication, has completely devolved into a pure physical killing mechanism. Further down, there was only one extremely brief warning, piercing the eyes like a sharp blade. The code name for the fourth escorted cub has been confirmed, X-23. The subject's skeleton is coated with high-risk self-healing metal and is extremely bloodthirsty. All escort personnel must wear anti-puncture armor. Director Lin Chu stared fixedly at those words, the knuckles of his left hand holding the page turning white inch by inch. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.